tweeted out again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point and right between them, and that's Raceway. Twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
Of your story. Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story. Once upon a
Today,
I don't think we need to be premature in that game yet. Not just yet.
really exploratory, fast bowling from Josh Tongue. In he comes again. That's a genuine edge. Pass slip. And he'll pick up a single as Joe Clark runs round at third man.
It's your money. It's your money.
3 wickets he took yesterday. And particularly an absolute rip snorter of a delivery, just reared at Jake Livy. Taken. And as I say, we have had some technical issues, but we are with you on the stream. I do have the radio coverage in my ear holes, which is making things rather tricky. So if those HQ could help me out, that'd be great. And in comes Josh Tongue again. Solid defensive stroke from Gareth Roderick, who acquitted himself ever so well in very tricky conditions in the first innings. 61 not out he made. The unfamiliar position of 6 is usually at the top of the order, of course. But we've gotten a good look at Rian Adavalath. Talented youngster. A real baptism of fire as well for a first county championship game of the season. A small matter of 2 former Worcestershire fast bowlers and the ever skillful Abbas. In comes Tongue again. On his toes here, Roderick drops into the offside, but there'll be no run. So that completes the first over of the morning. A single taken from it. And that single is to Ethan Brooks.
Yes, good morning, Jim. Good morning, everybody. think there must have been a no ball in that over as well, because the score has skipped on by 3 runs, 96 for 5. It's going to be Dylan Pennington to share the opening bowling duties this morning with Josh Tong. Pennington have got 4 wickets in the first innings, yet to strike in the second. 6 overs, none for 15. Mo Abbas not on the field at the moment as Pennington comes in, bowls this down the leg side, taken by wicket-keeper Kyle Verreina. Towards the back end of yesterday's play, Mo Abbas, those of you that were watching on the live stream or would have been listening to the commentary would have heard us mention that Abbas, fielding a ball down at long legs, suddenly felt his back and was immediately replaced. I understand feel it's nothing more than a little bit of a twinge. Just monitoring it. They're leaving him off the field for this morning. Big match next week, of course. Here's Pennington in to bowl to Ethan Brooks, drops it on the leg side, and that's fielded by Jack Haynes, and there's no run. So not on the field at the moment, Mo Abbas, and I guess he'd only really return and put himself in a position to bowl should the situation demand. At the moment, though, it's all eyes on the weather. I have to say, Jim, it sort of swirled around a little bit in the 20 minutes or so before the start of play out there as Pennington comes in. Brooks advances down the track and defends. I was deliberately stood trying to feel in which direction the wind was blowing, because all the threatening stuff on day one that brought the thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening stuff, was coming over the pavilion, and that was really frightening. It was building up from there, but as I turned, the wind was at my back, sort of blowing in that direction, so the nasty stuff that appeared to be building up in the distance thankfully missed us. Pennington, second over of the morning, bowls now, and that's looped up in the air off the shoulder of the bat. Freddie McCann, who took a couple of catches yesterday, was just thinking he was going to be in business, but it carried all the way down in the direction of third, and another single to Brooks, 97 for 5.
He had a good day yesterday, didn't he, Freddie McCann? Really impressive young cricketer, and 30s are worth their weight on this deck in these conditions. He did rather better than that, and as you mentioned, Dave, a couple of catches, one absolute stunner to get rid of Dan Latigan on debut. You'd have to see it to believe it kind of stuff. And it reminds me of the catch between these two sides last season as Pennington's in again.
Bowls now, just brushes the pad down the leg side as it goes through to Roderick. You've got a good memory if you can remember this match last year.
Well, it was at Trent Bridge, and it was a talented leg spinner who's on loan at Northants, I think, at the moment. Karen Harrison, he took a diving catch. It wasn't low to the ground, but I remember in your excitement and your exultation, David, you said that boy can catch pigeons.
Yeah, he's a decent fielder, good slip catcher. Harrison, Pennington in. This is steered square of the wicket on the offside for a single by Gareth Roderick, and thus far fairly plain sailing for the Worcestershire 6th wicket pair. 90. Don't think that last run has gone on yet. Now it does. 98 for 5, so they've added 5 this morning. Remember, the first innings advantage for Notts was just 25, so Worcestershire lead by 73 with half their wickets left. Just quickly round the grounds in Division 1. Not started at Chelmsford, Essex, Durham, or at Hove, Sussex, Hampshire, but they are playing at the Oval, at Taunton, and obviously here, and not playing at Leicester or Northants in Division 2.
In comes Josh Tongan. It's quick, wrapped on the pads, looked high though. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, rather stifled from the bowler, I think he knew. But he's bowling at a good lick here. And, of course, international honours for Josh Tongue. Really popular lad when he was here. And Pennington as well. Pennington more accurate than Rapid yesterday, but to see Josh Tongue bowling aggressively.
And he kept going, 9 over spell as well.
And both have had their injury problems. In comes Tongue again. He squares up Roderick there, but he gets plenty of bat in behind that. Pushed to mid-on for no run.
Mentioned yesterday, Notts are in a little bit of a can't win situation with Josh Tong. Desperately need him. He's obviously playing in this game, so they need him to perform, and they need to keep going back to him. And if a partnership builds, you need him on. He's so key to their success. But at the same time, you don't want to get in a situation where somebody says, "Well, he's had too many overs. He can't play next week."
Just jumps down on the next delivery, does Roderick. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, just being pushed back a little bit here. We saw in the previous over. Ethan Brooks just trying to get a little step in, get closer to the pitch of the ball to Dylan Pennington. It's just looks dangerous, doesn't he? All the time with ball in hand. That's the benefit of getting some overs under you. It's a fast bowler, you just need to bowl. And his stop-start Notts career has echoed his stop-start Worcestershire career. Bowling well now though, fuller this time. It's a good forward press there from Gareth Roderick, who's been really impressive actually. Not played in over a month, of course. We saw young Cullen take the gloves in the 50 over competition, but so reliable, usually at the top of the order, but just as difficult to break down. Composed. I've got to stop bigging up Gareth Roderick actually, because I don't want to commentate his curse. In comes Josh Tongue again. That's Fuller, and that was a little bit too close to the comfort. Squirts back down onto the ball, into the leg side it goes again. There's no run. There's hands on heads, and there's a round of applause from Freddie McCann at second slip. He likes what he sees. Every delivery and event at the moment, putting the batter under pressure, attacking the stumps.
I mentioned Mo Bass not being on the field, the sub-fielder. I was just having a natter to Ben Debenham, the umpire, who isn't standing at square leg. He's got his back to the sun. He's at point, or rather he hasn't, because the sun's obviously over towards the cathedral side.
In comes Tongue again. It's on the drive there, straight to Hassi Bermuda mid-off. There's no run. Rather more intent in that shot though from Roderick.
Actually not sure why Debenham would stand on that side, unless it's just a little tricky to pick out the lines looking towards the white seats of the pavilion. But either way, it's the end of the over. The sub-fielder is Joe Pocklington, one of three out there. Hamid and Joe Clark are the others, wearing the white floppy sun hat. So they're obviously expecting a nice warm sunny day. We'll settle for a dry one at the moment. Here's Pennington, 3 overs down this morning, 98 for 5. Comes in and bowls with enough width for this to be cut away by Ethan Brooks for the first boundary of the morning, over towards the cathedral side and away for 4 runs. Nice shot, and that will take the Worcestershire for second innings total, of course, into 3 figures. 102 for 5. Nice looking shot. This another 104 over scheduled day. So if we do have an unbroken morning session, lunch will be taken at 12:40. The afternoon session listed to run from 1:20 until 3:30. Tea fixed at 3:30, and then the final session should be 10 to 4 till 6:30. But good luck with all of that. Here's Pennington in again to former Warwickshire man Brooks, who just helps it back to the fair-haired Dylan Pennington, who inquisitively looks at the ball and deliberately walks past the umpire, but lobs it to his captain for his thoughts on whether it's gone out of shape or whatever. And Hamid has a little bit of a polish.
Yep, gone for the sleeve approach, dragging the sleeve over the hand rather than the good old-fashioned thigh rub.
There's not too many in the ground today, it has to be said. Many put off by the weather and the forecast, I guess, as much as anything. Next ball again sees Brooks on the front foot, textbook block into the covers, and there is Pocklington, the spinner, signed on a summer contract, having impressed earlier in the season for National County Lincolnshire, and then not seconds, played in all the Metrobank games. Just spending a little bit of time this week with the Notts first 11. 102 for 5, Worcestershire. As Pennington in again to Brooks, he's edged this, and it's pitching well short of Carl Verena, who did really well there, the keeper, to get down low, dive to his right, and prevented that just scuttling between him and Patterson White and away for 4 runs. It was an edge, but went straight down into the ground, and that one could easily have got away for a boundary. Nice little stroll around the ground this morning, and it's good to see the pears in season at the far end. Lots and lots of juicy pears on the trees behind the D'Oliveira stand as the next ball is worked into the offside. Pocklington loses that floppy sun hat in tried and trusted Hasiba Mead fashion. Floppy sun hat going frisbeeing away behind him as he chased it. 2 more, 104 for 5, and thus far Worcestershire making decent progress, and now umpire Debenham and Hasiba Mead having yet another of their little chats. They've either become firm best buddies over the last 24 hours, or there's a constant running argument, and I think yesterday it was often about the over rate. It's showing at +1 at the moment, so those overs bowled last night between Patterson White and McCann did not a real service, as the over ends with a block. 104 for 5 here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham, the Worcestershire live stream, and those of you joining us on 5 Sports Extra Stream 2. 104 for 5 the pairs. I was told it was going to be soaking wet in the capital today, and might not be all that much play at the Oval, but they've begun on time there.
Well, after a rather taxing start, Surrey have actually done well to rebuild, haven't they? As Josh Tongue continues from the Douglas end, and that's fist past Gareth Roderick's outside edge. He's just removed the bat, as if to say, I'm not playing at that, thanks very much. Again to oohs and ahs from behind the wicket. And just going back to Mo Abbas, Dave, I'm sure it was that you posted on Twitter/X some rather gaudy numbers about his career.
Yeah, this is his 200th first-class match, 801 wickets. At a very low average indeed. Terrific player he's been, and still is.
Tongue in again, and it's met by the middle of Gareth Roderick's bat, just pushed back down the wicket. And again, Hasiba Mead is continuing to work tirelessly on that ball. Just a notch above 20s. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, he's built for English conditions, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's medium fast, but on the medium side, just moved the ball away. So skilled. Demonstrates such control. But not in action at the moment. In comes Josh Tongue again towards us, and it's a drive outside off stump. It's a thickish outside edge all along the deck, though, so it'll find its way to Joe Clark at a third man, and they'll take a single.
I think Clark's gone with the Red Sox today. He had a little glimpse of them in warm-ups, and he's still got them on. You often see a touch of pink underneath the flannels there when he's fielding. Yeah, Abbas, believe it or not, never played at New Road before. He had 2 seasons with Leicestershire, 5 seasons with Hampshire, now this summer with Notts. Never played at New Road before, and he's gone wicketless in this game and picked up a bit of a niggle, so won't look back on it too fondly.
3 wickets in play, and that's just gone past the outside edge of Ethan Brooks' bat, into the gloves of Carl Verena.
Sun's out. Say that now because we might not get too many more opportunities, but right now it's quite pleasant. There's 3 matches today in the Metro Bank women's competition, coming towards the end of the group stage. Of course, the Blaze secured their berth in the semi-finals yesterday, beating Durham. No play at Southampton, Hampshire, Somerset, but Lancashire, Warwickshire, Surrey, Essex have started.
Tongue in again, and just pushed into the offside. You're right, Dave. We are now bathed in sunshine. There's plenty of cloud knocking about, though, but away to our right-hand side as we look at it out towards the west, where a lot of the bad weather comes from. White cloud rather than grey, and slightly higher than earlier on. So yes, it was ominous between 10 and half 10. Sort of feared for the start of play, But we're looking good so far. Both sides want this to go the distance. Don't want this to be interrupted by rain. Both need the points for very different reasons, of course, as Tongue comes in again. And this one's left alone. Just outside off stump. And Ethan Brooks shoulders arms. And the first 20 minutes or so of this third day, first session, a watchful pair here in Roderick and Brooks doing a good job for their side. So the lead 80 runs. And we've actually seen this season that the lower middle order, particularly Dave, has been really effective for Worcestershire. They found a way to sign bowlers who are more than capable with the bat and make telling contributions. They're going to need it again today.
There's Pennington beginning his 9th over, bowls to Roderick, who defends. I think from speaking to a number of people this morning, there's a pretty strong belief here that if Worcestershire could extend their lead to somewhere between 150 and 200, they could be right bang in this game, because certainly when the ball is new, it's doing all sorts, or has been throughout the match so far, and never easy a tricky fourth innings chase, especially when you're desperate to get over the line. So not so keen to polish off the Worcestershire lower order, and there's a delivery that, for all the world from here, we're behind glass and a long way away, and we're not even in line, but for all the world, you just wondered if there would be some Nottinghamshire celebrations, because it did jag away sharply from Roderick, and Verena had to go full length to dive and catch it, and just wondered then if there'd been the faintest of nicks, but nothing doing. Worcestershire lead by 80. There's 5 wickets left. Balls now and push back to Dylan Pennington. Still Tom Taylor to come, who played nicely in the first innings for his 40. Matthew Waite, Ben Allison and Karam Shazad. So enough in the tank, certainly, to get up to that desired figure of somewhere between 150 and 200 to just make it a thorny little chase for Notts.
There's a bit of sideways movement, but as we found as well at New Road, there's been times where it's been a little bit up and down as well, which makes batting fourth hard work.
Pennington from his favoured New Road end, and again it's causing Verena to go a long, long way. I think there must be movement there. I'm sure if Pennington had just fired it that wide of the stumps, it would have been called as a wide, but Pennington just again having a little natter with the umpire as he goes past him, and at the other end Verena's been kept very, very busy. Another full length dive right across in front of Paddison White at first slip. 105 for 5. A bit of blue sky around, which is good to see, as the next ball is whipped away square of the wicket on the leg side. There is protection out there with Lyndon James, and Gareth Roderick taking a single from the 5th ball of the over. 106 for 5 Worcestershire, and the lead is 81. Any number of people getting in touch asking on the prospects of weather today. There's a lot of things I don't know a lot about, and weather's right at the top of that list.
Well, we were informed, expecting there to be intermittent showers pretty much from midday on.
106 for 5. Next ball into the thigh pad, and that'll be a fairly regulation leg by. The leg side field set deep, so over ends with one more on the extras column. 107 for 5. Yeah, but even this morning, the dark clouds that we did have, you just wondered how dangerous the prospects of a prompt start would be, and they just skirted around the ground. That's what we've got to hope for, really, and certainly the crowd that's come along today, they'll be hoping that we don't get too much of a deluge.
Well, I only live a couple of miles up the road, Dave, and there's been times where it's been absolutely hoofing down over my house, and I'm watching the cricket online, and they're still playing at New Road, so hopefully we can avoid most of the bad weather coming our way. As Josh Tongue's in again. Fuller just tickled round the corner. Dylan Pennington will do the fielding. Long legs, they'll take another single. But as you say, plenty of sunshine at the moment. Plenty of cloud about too, but we'll take this. Worcestershire, really, they need to win every game, and they need some luck as well, as they are rooted to the bottom of the First Division table. Nottinghamshire, of course, chasing the title, Dave. There's a confident.
Well, they're second and certainly very much second favourites at the moment, 9 points behind.
It's a little bit wider and cut away, and Joe Clark's not going to get that. It's going to find its way to the boundary. It's well timed by Gareth Roderick. I just offered a little bit of width, just back of a length. Guided that away.
Just wonder how long Hamid will go on like this. Because at the moment it's been relatively plain sailing for Roderick and Brooks. Or I wonder if Josh Tongue himself will decide just to change things a little bit and bang one or two in short, which we haven't seen yet today.
In again, Fuller this time, driven down the ground, and they'll pick up a single.
There's nothing wrong with the way he's bowling, or Dylan Pennington, but the field is set deep, isn't it? Very protective of the boundaries, and able just to keep that board moving. Not been any great alarms at all this morning.
Well, as you say, it's going to be an interesting approach from a skipper's perspective, because of course as the lead slowly increases, in comes Tongue again. Shorter this time, just pulled. Not with any real conviction though, so it'll be another single.
Yeah, it's got the 3 slips in there, or did have the 3 slips in there. I think Jack Haynes, as we speak, is being brought out and is going to reinforce that leg side field, pop in somewhere between square leg and mid wicket. Just try and stop that single being taken.
Heavy roller used this morning as well, so see if that just calms things down a little bit from a Worcestershire perspective. Tongue's in again, met with the full face of Gareth Roderick's bat, just pushed into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, not sending alarm and trepidation through the lower order at the moment like he was yesterday, Josh Tongue, as you say. Surface is a little quiet to respond this morning in his favour.
It's always an indication the bowling side aren't quite happy with how it's going when they're inspecting the ball as much as Nottinghamshire currently are. In comes Tongue, and this time it's pushed into the leg side. 2 men on the leg side on the one. It finds the man at mid wicket, so there's no run. That completes the over. 114 for 5 is the score. The lead is up to 89. And as you say, Dave, it's been innocuous would be unfair. There's been a couple of edges, admittedly nothing too alarming from the batter's perspective, but a couple of foul shots. But both batters started the day on 14. Roderick's now on to 22. Ethan Brooks on to 24.
Yeah, I sort of alluded to it 4 or 5 minutes ago. I wondered just how long Asib Hamid would continue with the status quo as it was. And he has made a change just inside the first half an hour. Pennington out of the attack, and it's going to be Lyndon James, who got a wicket yesterday. Helped by a terrific catch from Freddie McCann to get rid of Latigan. Coming in to bowl. Brooks inching towards Lyndon James' first delivery and pushes it into the offside. And there's no run. Very close to 11 o'clock. I'll do another delivery and then we'll bring Nathan Johns in for the first time this morning with us here on Sports Extra live stream 2 and all the usual places. Been with us since the start of the match. Nathan has had all sorts of transport issues to deal with over the first 2 days. This one's gone through the gloves of Verena, but it doesn't really run away to danger, and Patterson White scoops it up to prevent a bye being taken. Kept low, and Ethan Brooks has gone down doing a little bit of gardening there, as if maybe there's something on the surface that he has just realised needs to be swept away. It almost went underground, that one. There's James, third ball of the over, and I'll make way for Nathan, and it just pops up on the leg side. He set off to try and take a cheeky single, Brooks, but sent back by Gareth Roderick, and so it remains 114 for 5.
Well, Lyndon James having a good game, useful with the bat yesterday. As I mentioned, 30s are worth plenty on this deck, and 2 wickets to his name. And going back to that wicket of Dan Latigan, the young South African batter has had some good news overnight, which I'll get to in a moment. In comes Lyndon James then, has driven down the ground. It's stopped by the boot of the fast bowler, but Brooks hit that hard, and again we're seeing Ethan Brooks just take a little step towards the bowler, try and knock him off his length, turn that length delivery into a full one. It was a good looking drive for no run. We've seen plenty of straight drives thwarted by the stumps, actually. It happened half a dozen times yesterday. And in comes James again, running away from us, New Road End. Again driven down the ground, again fielded by the bowler, slightly more conventionally this time. Stuck out a paw and grabbed hold of it, and we can welcome Nathan Johns for the first time this morning. So I've heard that you had all kinds of travel-based drama yesterday. Was it slightly easier today?
Much easier, mercifully. Although, luck dictates that the one day that may or may not see some showers is the day when I get here smoothly, and we'll see how much cricket actually happens. But enough talk about the weather. It's gloriously sunny at the minute.
James in again, and forward press there, and the ball is just guided off the outer half of Ethan Brooks' bat. Soft hands down to backward point. They'll take a single, and Gareth Roderick is making a few changes to his. It's a costume change, isn't it? The jumper's coming off, the drink's coming on. And he's going really well, Gareth Roderick. But back to Dan Latigan. I don't know if you knew much about him before your trip here.
Yeah, well, did a bit of research, saw his run of form recently, and as you hinted at, some good news yesterday in terms of his native franchise league back in South Africa.
Yeah, you're a man who already knows. Yes, so MI Cape Town have picked him up for their T20 competition as an under-23 player. So the likes of established T20 franchise cricketer Nicholas Pooran and Ryan Rickleton, Rusty van der Dussen, and among others, Dwayne Pistorius as well. He can count as his teammate. So 19 years old, playing club cricket at Kidderminster, got himself into the 50 over side, and he's done so well that he's going to get some franchise stuff back in his homeland. Good for him.
Josh Tongue continues, and that one's defended on the back foot by Brooks. Yeah, and the great thing about franchise cricket, well, great thing, for people who are a little bit nosy like me, the interesting thing about franchise cricket is you know exactly how much somebody's going to be paid for their time there, because it's based on what they get picked up for at the auction. And I was just double checking there, because obviously in South Africa there's a bit of a conversion that needs to happen. He got picked up for 400,000 rand, which I believe is just under £17,000. So that's
all right for a few weeks' work, isn't it? It's almost as much as we're getting paid, isn't it? Which is nice.
Oh, one wishes.
Yeah.
Tongue continues, 2 slips and a short leg in place now. 2 men back on the hook as well, as that's guided away on the back foot down to third man for 1. 116 for 5 now the score.
And Trent Bolt in that side as well. I'm a huge fan of Trent Bolt. I've always fancied Trent Bolt to come to Worcestershire for a season. It's never happened. But, kind of bowler would do really well here. So yeah, it's been a rapid rise as well for Dan Latigan, a super talented youngster who will still count against the overseas quota for next year before he qualifies.
Tong in again. Roderick on strike this time, and that's a vicious short ball that just keeps rising on its way through to Verena. Roderick does well just to drop his hands and let it go through unscathed. Okay, so that was going to be my next question, was how long has he been over here? So it's I think, is it 3 years you need to be over here to become local? Is that correct?
Oh, blimey, I'm not the man to ask.
I know it's 3 years if you change kind of nationalities, if you play international cricket, but of course he hasn't played any international cricket. As Tong comes in again, that's driven aerially, but in the gap. Roderick survives as Hamid slides away at deep extra cover and ends up jumping over the ball almost, but he recovers well before it gets to the boundary. So that's 2 runs.
Yeah, reaching for that, wasn't it? Really uppish through cover, but it managed to avoid the clutches of a fielder. No one in at cover there. So uppish, reaching for it, but 2 more to the total.
I think he was just hanging back after that short ball, wasn't he? You could see he just wasn't quite fully committed to coming forward. But the interesting thing about Latigan, just to finish that point, is my Cape Town Mumbai Indians franchise. They have invested in an English franchise as Tong bowls another short ball which is defended into the offside. I mean, franchise players tend to like moving from one team within the network to the other. Once you have a relationship with an owner, you might be able to move around. And of course, Oval Invincibles next year will be, I think they're 49% owned by Mumbai Indians. So who knows, if Latigan continues to have success, there might be an avenue for further franchise opportunities closer to home down the line. That's one to keep an eye on. As the season progresses, of course, might depend on how much game time he gets over in South Africa. Like as you said, he's been signed as an emerging player. But even just the experience of being in that environment will do him a world of good. Another field change. Second slip has come out, and he's now come into a catching position at square leg. He's almost directly behind short leg. So there's 3 men, short leg, square leg, and deep square leg, all pretty much in the same line as each other. As that one's turned away off the hip. He's played that well, Roderick, and he's managed to get it out to deep square for 1, which ends that over from Josh Tong. He's now bowled 14. 3 for 38 are his figures, and it's 119 for 5.
That over the 2 that Roderick scored through the offside brought up the 50 partnership, now onto 51. This partnership, they're doing a really good job for their side in testing conditions. We've lost that little bit of sunshine we had. It's cloud cover now. It's a blanket of white cloud above our heads and across the ground. Doesn't feel like there's an immediate threat of rain, but as we mentioned earlier, we are expecting intermittent showers.
Clearly the London weather is mixed, because it's raining at Lord's but not at the Oval at the minute.
In comes Lyndon James, wide of off stump, and Roderick leaves that well alone.
I find that slightly more funny than I should. I think it's a big city. Of course, you can have different weather patterns. That's not that unusual. But for some reason, that's really tickled me. Surrey are 2 down and got a lead of 217, so they're looking in a commanding position at the minute down in the Oval.
Lyndon James then from the new road end, running away from us towards Roderick, and a good solid forward defensive. The South African born keeper batter. His family have gone back to South Africa actually. His kids start school. He stays behind for the last part of the county championship season. What a good player he's been. Difficult start to his Worcestershire career back in COVID year. James in again. Again, solid full face of the bat, driven down the ground. Good stop by Hasib Hamid. But he's become a stalwart. Played every game in every format last year, and just Mr. Reliable. Will bat anywhere, do any job, and he just finds a way to get things done. Really impressive individual, Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, well, he kept Worcestershire in the game on day 1, didn't he, with that innings of 61 after the top order was blown away.
Pushed into the offside this time. Again, no run.
Albeit a bit of a dramatic start to his innings. He came in for Josh Tong's hat-trick ball, was wrapped on the pad by a leg stump Yorker, which looked close, shall we say. And
close is a polite way of putting it. Yes, It's yeah, a bit of fortune, but I think the key is you get the opportunity. If you get given an opportunity, you make them pay, and he did a very good job of keeping Worcestershire competitive in this game. He's doing it again in the second innings. In comes James, and it's fended off on a length by Roderick. Into the offside again for no run, but this is probing stuff from Lyndon James. He's had a good game.
It's two very different challenges at either end, isn't it? You've got Tong coming in with 3 men back, catching, waiting for you to fend a short ball into the air, whereas James is just going to hammer away on a length, just ask a question outside that 4th stump and see if he can nick you off. Big adjustment for the batters at either end.
Wrapped on the pad this time, big shout. Umpire unmoved. And a bit of drama to end the over. But the upshot of it is Worcestershire remain on 119 for 5. And the lead remains, yeah, it looks like it's hitting outside the line a little bit. 94 runs is the difference.
Yeah, he got a big stride in, didn't he? Which I think is ultimately what saved him. Yeah, I think on second viewing that did look outside the line. James was pretty happy with that shout, I have to say. There's been a lot in the last 2 days of appealing from behind the stumps, with the bowler looking particularly disinterested. That's happened a fair few times, especially when Dylan Pennington was bowling. But yeah, James was convinced by that one. As Josh Tung is going to continue, he bowled almost a marathon spell last night for him, given he's usually used in short bursts. I think he bowled 8 overs on the spin, which is not something you see. But every time they thought about taking him off, he either took a wicket or just looked even more threatening. He got into a fantastic rhythm. It really was something to watch. A big strapping England fast bowler in full flight. He's got a slip, a gully, short leg, catching square leg, kind of like a fly slip as well. Fielders all over the place, and unsurprisingly he starts with a short ball which Brooks ducks underneath well. That is one of the allowed short balls for the over, signalled by the umpires.
Well, it was a little bit of a surprise, the emergence of his Test career, but it was clear that Ben Stokes and the England setup, they want fast bowlers. They want people who can bowl 90 miles an hour and rattle you and bowl on any surface. And you're actually almost been used like a strike bowler of a way in his short international stint.
And he comes again. Brooke takes a step back towards his stumps as a trigger movement, giving himself as much time as possible, and this time he's able to get in behind another shorter delivery and defend it well.
But yeah, he's shown some real control in this one. And it's been really nice actually that came into the ground a little bit early and see all the former Worcestershire players in the Nottinghamshire side chatting with supporters in the stands.
You know, there's a fair few of them, all right. Another change in the field. Fine leg has come up, and that's taken on in the hook shot, and I think it's just come flush off the toe of the bat, and it's ended up going straight back to Tong along the ground. That could easily have gone anywhere. Brooks is just inspecting the toe of his bat. I think he's literally just Q-ended that. Could easily have ballooned back up to the bowler for a chance, but fortunately for him, it just rolls along the floor.
Yeah, just looking to roll his wrist on it, but you're absolutely right off the toe. Not good news for your hardware. We might see a new bat come out soon.
Tong in again, short. This is a much better defensive shot. Rides the bounce and guides it to gully. Joe Clark does the fielding.
Well, it does seem very much like he's going to be testing the middle of the pitch plenty here, doesn't it? Nathan, with that leg slip, short leg, and as you say, fly slip.
But it's interesting, he's brought up his fine leg, or his deep square rather. Fine leg is still back. So the man who was there, if he took on the hook shot, is now gone. So the incentive to try and play it is there, but if he doesn't get it right, there are 2 or 3 men in close catching. It's that one nasty again. I think it's just hit the glove in front of the grill. One of those where you just take your eye off it, and at the last second you just try and fend it away. Brooks just takes his helmet off, has a look at it. I'm not sure if it hit him in the helmet. The umpires are looking at each other, which suggests that they might be saying he has to have a concussion check. I think that's exactly what's happening here. That one looked to have hit him Wasn't sure exactly where. I thought he just fended it off his grill with his glove. But given the fact the umpires are waving at somebody on the sidelines, I suspect that is an instruction for one of the Worcestershire medical staff to come over and just perform a concussion check. He looks absolutely fine.
I think it's plonked him right on the badge. It was a well-directed, shortish ball, straight one. I think it may well off a bit of glove, and I think it met the front of his helmet. So he is going to have a check. You're absolutely right. He seems entirely nonplussed about the whole thing.
Yeah, new rules brought in a couple of years ago now. Everyone's quite used to it. It's almost an automatic that as soon as someone's hit on the head, the game just stops. Nobody looks too perturbed. The physio wasn't in a huge rush to get out there, but yeah, Brooks looks to be okay. He took off the helmet and had a look at it just to inspect the damage. And the helmet has gone back on, so he obviously thinks it's still usable. Gareth Roderick takes this opportunity to have a drink as well. 12-man running onto the field. I always wonder what questions they asked them in this concussion test.
I feel dangerously underqualified here, Nathan. How many fingers am I holding up?
What day is it?
What's your date of birth? Who knows? I mean, all of these things could be beyond me at the best of times. But there we are. So you're not missing any action. We're still having a little check. Another drink for Ethan Brooks. It's 119 for 5 the score. The lead's still 94 runs.
I know in rugby sometimes they ask you to do the days of the week backwards, which I think I would struggle with whether I'd been hit in the head or not. Sometimes they ask you the score as well, which in cricket is very difficult to try to remember what the score is when you're in the middle of the game. I'm always curious what type of information are you asked to relay. What did you have for breakfast, maybe? I don't know. But anyway, he's okay to continue. Here's Brooks, and after a few minutes of a break, play is going to continue. Josh Tongue has one delivery left. This is his 15th over. Change of the field again. Deep square has gone back, but he's only about 3/4 of the way there, and he goes full and straight. He did a lot of that last night, Josh Tongue. Set the field for short pitch bowling, but double bluffed with a Yorker. This one is wide outside off. Brooks wasn't really ready for it. Plays and misses. I don't think Verena was ready for it either, as he spilled behind the stumps. But anyway, no run there. That's 119 for 5.
Carl Verena took one on the end of the finger there. He didn't enjoy that one. But that's the 6th over that Josh Tongue has bowled on the bounce this morning. So yeah, putting in a shift for his side. He was a very confident lad on Monday night after the start that he made. And I shall make way shortly for Dave Bracegirdle.
One or two people saying you're quiet and Nathan's loud.
In comes Lyndon James then. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. Good delivery. It's squared up Gareth Roderick. Just been feedback that I'm quiet, which is an incredibly rare state of affairs.
Not rare that I've been told I'm loud. That's not rare.
No. The perils of talking for a living. But there we are. It's been, if you weren't here from the start, it has been chaos in my life for all kinds of ways. I know that you had terrible traffic issues, and every which way in the world of technology. Did me a cropper this morning. I won't give you the details, it's too boring. Lyndon James, in he comes, and it's dropped into the leg side. They're going to take a quick single to Hasib Hamid, which they do with success, on to 120 for 5.
Sorry.
I was going to say that we use these broadcasting boxes all the time, and everything just becomes automatic. You do things automatically and you put them in, and then it's one of those things where something's not quite right, and I couldn't figure out what the not quite right was. It turned out it wasn't my fault just as well, but I was pressing buttons and mashing keypads all over the place. Lyndon James in again, and Brooks pushes it back to the bowler, who completes the fielding for no run. But as it gets closer to that kick-off point, as it gets closer to the start of play, and you realise that this is not resolving itself, so we were 2 balls late.
It's alright, nothing happened on those 2 balls anyway.
No, it's fine.
I think one of them was down leg and the other one was a play and miss from memory. They didn't miss a whole lot, but yeah, it was almost as if somebody's back at HU pushed a button, because you were acting as if a miracle had been performed, and all of a sudden you had what you needed.
We weren't there, and then we were there. and I didn't do anything, but suddenly we were there. So, who knows? If there was a mistake back at HQ and they just didn't turn the volume up, they'll not tell me. They'll not tell me. And I wouldn't blame them either, because I'd do the same. Anyway, we are broadcasting live to you. And the sun is back out, which is great to see. Lyndon James continues his work from the New Road end. In he comes. That's on a good length, and Brooks thinks about playing and then removes his bat from the line of the ball. To a few oohs and ahs and a couple of fielders giving a round of applause to Lyndon James.
Yeah, Brooks has just motioned with his glove there to Roderick at the non-strikers end that he seems to think James just rolled his fingers a little bit, maybe tried to bowl a little cutter. Not sure if that moved off the pitch or not, but Brooks certainly seemed to think he saw something out of the hand there.
James in again, and again Brooks makes a little shimmy towards the bowler to meet the ball outside his crease. Again decides not to offer a bat to it, and it will travel on through into Kyle Verena's gloves, and that'll complete the over. Just a single from it. The lead is 95, and it's been actually, considering the I don't want to say fireworks, but the peril that batters seem to have been in, particularly at the start of sessions and at the start of innings, it's been relatively quiet this morning.
Yeah, I just wonder if the early sunshine that we've had has maybe got rid of any moisture that was in the pitch this morning. It hasn't been that long, I suppose, with the sun baking on it, but yeah, it just seems all relatively low key, doesn't it? I mean, Josh Tongue caused a few issues with a few short balls. Brooks was hitting the helmet in the previous over, but apart from that, apart from a few batters hopping around on the back foot, it's been relatively uneventful. But Josh Tongue's been replaced. Dylan Pennington now comes in from the Dinkus end, and he goes short of a length as well with his first delivery. Roderick is safely in behind it, defends for no run. Yeah, not surprised to see Tongue taken off after 6 overs. He bowled, pretty sure it was 8 on the bounce last night, which again is a long spell for him. Even 6 overs, dare I say, is on the longer side in terms of spells. So not surprised to see Notts use him a little bit more sparingly this morning, although we'll see how much he has to bowl, of course, with Mo Abbas potentially injured. That one's cut away into the offside, but not particularly well timed. No run. When I was chatting to Dave last night on air, he was a bit worried. He was almost saying it's a bit of a catch-22 for Notts, because they want to use Tongue and they want to have the extra pace and see if he can blow out Worcestershire early, but they don't want to overuse him so much that they get a tap on the shoulder from someone at the ECB saying you're going to have to give him a rest next week, which is obviously a very important clash at the top of the table.
Well, yeah, quite, and there's the added difficulty, of course, from a skipper's perspective, is that Mo Abbas isn't going to be offering anything this morning with the ball, so they are a fast bowler down.
Pennington in heavy length, but left alone outside off. Was there any update on Abbas? It looked like he did something in his back based on the way he was walking off the pitch yesterday, but I haven't heard anything.
Well, Dave said this morning that it was his back, and as he made his way off the pitch last night, and that in theory that he felt like he probably could bowl if it was absolutely necessary, but I don't know what absolutely necessary would be in a bowling context, because when it comes to fast bowlers and backs, you've got to be very careful.
Pennington shorter again, left alone outside off. Roderick just reacts as if that one took off a little bit, off a length, a bit of extra bounce.
So it feels like it'll be unlikely we'll see him with the ball again, but you never know. We've seen some heroic returns to the crease in cricket this summer, probably most notably in the Test matches, as you saw Chris Wokes roll out with a sling.
Yeah, interesting few days for Mohamed Abbas. Rare that he went wicketless. Didn't look as threatening, perhaps, as Pennington and Tongue have done. As the carbon copy of the last delivery, banged in on a heavy length, and Roderick just lets that one go. Good carry through to Verena. But yeah, he was very economical in the first innings. Abbas, number 22 off 12 overs. That's going at less than 2 and over, and then going at just a tick under 3 and over for the 5 overs he did bowl in this innings. He bowled 5 on the trot, opening the bowling, went down to field at fine leg, and then ran around to throw in a ball pretty innocuously that was just turned around the corner, and immediately felt his back and had to walk very gingerly off. It was a very strange turn of events last night. That's cut away, or an attempted cut shot from Roderick, and he leans over as if to suggest that that one was particularly wide away from him. He misses it. Verena has to take it diving in front of Slip, but it's not given as a wide. And it is the end of the over, 120 for 5. The lead for Worcestershire is at 95.
Yeah, rather inelegantly ended up. He just threw his hands at the ball and lost his shape a little bit and lost his balance as well. But it feels like a deliberate ploy there, actually. The Lyndon James over before, and then Dylan Pennington's where they're bowling outside off stump. And I think it was a rare opportunity for a bit of width, and he didn't want to miss out, but he did miss the ball. In comes Lyndon James again. This one's wide, and it's dollied in the air, and he's given out. He's caught. I think it's Pocklington there. It was a short delivery, and it just sat up in the surface. And Brooks has picked out the man on the offside. And it's a vital breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. It was a wide delivery, and it started wide and went even wider. And he couldn't have offered up an easier catch. And he'll be absolutely heartbroken with that. Ethan Brooks, he was set. Doing a good job for his side. But he has to go.
Yeah, bizarre dismissal. Straightforward catch for subfielder Pocklington. Just straight to him at what cover point. It wasn't a particularly short delivery, but it was wide outside the off stump. Brooks has tried to cut it away. I wonder if it just stopped in the surface a little bit. He seemed through the shot far too early, and he just ended up spooning it out into the covers. A bizarre dismissal, and this after Brooks was run out in the first innings as well, when he ill-advisedly took on the arm of Hasib Hamid, albeit that was a sensational piece of fielding. It's hard to legislate for that, but 2 maybe dismissals in this game for Brooks that he will look back on with a bit of regret, to say the least.
Well, it started wide and it just moved further away. Maybe, as you say, I think it did sit up in the surface a little bit. Timing all off, but yeah, not an easier catch you'll find. So it does bring Matt Waite to the wicket.
Yeah, 26 for Brooks is what he finishes up on. He's faced 77 deliveries, just the 2 boundaries in there. It was a slow going, hard graft of an innings, and just in the end, just given away with a relatively soft dismissal.
Well, it'd been pretty compact, really. Looked to play the ball late, looked to play the ball under his eye line. And a chance to free his arms, and he's paid. In comes Lyndon James, then Waite. On strike, wrapped on the pads, big shout, they like it, it's 2 in 2. How many times have we seen this in this game? And Lyndon James is being a difference maker here. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Matt Waite out LBW first up.
Yeah, second time in the game, and Notts bowler is going to be on a hat-trick. Josh Tongue did the damage in the first innings. This time it's Lyndon James. It was full straight. Looked like it hit him in front of all 3. Just on the replay. Just caught on the crease, wasn't he? Wait, didn't get his stride in, didn't get forward. Not sure how much that ball moved off the pitch. Maybe a bit of a nip backer, but ball full and straight to the new batter. Challenge him. On this occasion, Lyndon James is too good.
Well, it's a decision that's easy to make from an umpire's perspective. It's pitching on middle, it's hitting middle and leg, halfway up. Doesn't get much more plumb than that. And what looked like a really steady, solid start. For 55 minutes, Worcestershire would have been delighted with their work. But that's all it takes. A bit of good fortune really with one, and then some quality bowling. Pitching it up. Little bit of movement, and Matt Waite was plumb LBW. And Tom Taylor, who has been a revelation with the ball in the county championship this year, and very useful with the bat as well. Vital lower order runs throughout the summer, and yesterday as well. Well, he's got some work to do for his side if they're going to post a competitive total.
Knott's not going overly attacking with the field on the hat-trick ball here. I think was it on day one when Josh Tongue was on a hat-trick. I think they only had about 2 men in front of square. They had about 6 slips, catching leg slip, another short leg who was in close catching. Hasiba Mead has been a bit more sensible today. He has got to put an extra slip in. I think there's an extra. He only had 2 slips before in the previous delivery. I think he's now got 3. Looks like he might have a man catching on the drive and the offside, or there's 2 men standing very close to each other at catching cover. I'm not sure if they're talking to each other and going to move apart, or is that their final
I think
position?
they're on the drive on the one.
Yeah,
well, actually, no, they're on the drive on the catch. Sorry, yeah.
Here we go. He's now going more attacking. So Tongue is coming from mid-off into one of those close cover positions. There's 2 men basically holding hands in a short cover. One of the men who was in there is now gone to, what's that, kind of like a gully. So what, 2 slips, 3 slips and a gully, 2 catching on the offside, 2 catching on the leg.
In comes James, full ball, and it's driven to one of those men at short cover. And the field now disperses a little bit. Yes, it was an aggressive field. 3 slips and a gully. 2 men on the drive for a catch. Looked to go full, but Taylor was in behind it.
Yeah, probably a little bit wide outside the off stump, wasn't it? It just needs to be challenging the stumps a little bit more, as he did with the previous delivery.
2 slips remain. In comes James. Oh, and that's fizzed past the outside edge. Maybe kept a little bit low as well.
Yeah, it has done a little bit from this end, actually. It's been the Diglis end, when the big fast bowlers, Tongue and Pennington, have been charging it down the hill. That's been where there's been some extra bounce. I think from this new road end, every now and then the ball has just squeezed underneath the bat.
James to Taylor, and that's past the outside edge as well. Just a tentative little push at the ball there from Tom Taylor. And we've seen that Lyndon James has managed to just find a little bit of movement away, and suddenly the energy in the field raises, and the excitement from the Nottinghamshire field is palpable, and the grey clouds now start to float across and above our heads.
Yeah, another change in the field for the final delivery of this over. Square leg goes back, which, dare I say, is just a ploy. Try and give them one here. Keep Taylor on strike.
It's on a length, and it's just tucked into the leg side, and Taylor will be off the mark with a single. So changes in the field and change in the commentary box as well. I shall make way for Dave Bracegirdle, who I imagine is smiling an awful lot more now than he was when he left the commentary box after a really impressive over from a really impressive all-round cricketer in Lyndon James.
Yes, well, Dylan Pennington is going to continue from the Diglis end. He has the new man, Tom Taylor, on strike. We'll see how attacking Notts go with their field, with the number 9 on strike. At the minute, it looks like he's going to have 3 slips. Joe Clark is staying in that kind of deep third man / fly slip, depending on how you want to interpret how much Notts are going after this. Deep square was going back, but he's just been summoned to come back up inside the ring. He's slowly coming in towards a more of a catching position. 3 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, deep third man, as Dave comes in once again to join us. Dylan Pennington gets to the top of his mark, comes down, Diglis end, that's turned away off his hip by Taylor. He wanted 1, maybe he didn't notice that square leg had come up inside the ring, because he's quickly sent back by Roderick, and there's no run. Well, yesterday, I think, it was roughly this time yesterday, when you came in and you accosted myself and Frank for ruining all of Notts' good fortune. I think we had presided over a period where Worcestershire were more than on top, but in the time you've been away, we've managed to reverse that for you.
Yeah, the breaks have been put on over the last 10 or 15 minutes, haven't they, with the scoring, and then those 2 wickets. Very important.
Cut away, short of delivery by Pennington, but it's hit straight to point. Not particularly well timed.
But it's almost an unwritten law of the game, isn't it? In in the MCC coaching manual, all the rules, all the laws and regulations. There should be an extra one in there. After a lengthy partnership, the next poor batter will be on his way very quickly. It happens so many times, doesn't it? Lengthy, stubborn, frustrating partnership, and And one brings 2.
Pennington in past the umpire into his gather. Bit of extra bounce again. He's gotten quite a bit of purchase from this surface in terms of just getting that lift off a length, but this one's left alone. But Verena has to take that one up around his chest.
Yeah, thankfully, the weather playing ball. Understand they're off. I'll just check. They certainly were a minute ago. Yeah, they are off at the Oval, where Surrey are 219 for 2.
Pennington again in on a hard length, but left alone outside the off stump.
And we're all having to just guess and just think about our own definition of soft tissue injury, because Dom Sibley didn't come out to bat this morning, unable to bat, retired hurt due to a soft tissue injury. So he didn't come out. Ben Folkes did, and then Ollie Pope was dismissed, and then the rains came. So Surrey 219 for 2 in the capital. So I don't know what it is with Dom Sibley. Must have been struck yesterday.
Ooh, he's cut away over mid-on in the end. Didn't look like it was off the middle of the bat from Tom Taylor. He was trying to face some sort of cross-bat shot. I don't think he meant to hit it over mid-on, but that's where it's gone, and he's gotten enough of it to clear the fielder and go away to the fence.
Yeah, you don't get many cuts over mid-on, but I absolutely agree with you. That was the shape he got into, wasn't it, to try and cut it square, and it brought in welcome runs over the head of Josh Tong.
Yes, I wonder if he just got beaten for pace. We talked about Pennington getting that extra bounce. Like you said, he was trying to hit it quite square, and I think it just got big on him.
That's the 100 lead. Worcestershire 125 for 7.
Pennington goes a little bit fuller this time, and it's defended straight back to him, so the lead will stay at that 100 mark, 125 for 7.
Who'd have thought it, but we are one of the few places in the country at the moment to witness any cricket. The only other ground is at Chelmsford, where Essex are 350 for 4 over Durham, a game that's just about on parity, but of course Essex got all those wickets in hand. Durham 333, Essex 350 for 4, but everywhere else they've either not started on day 3 or they've been rudely interrupted very early on in the piece. So we're fortunate here at New Road. Who'd have thought? Here's Lyndon James, figures of 4 for 22. Comes in now, and Gareth Roderick defends. We said when he was batting, I popped out the old stats. 4 previous games here at New Road, and he'd never scored more than 8 before. Well, he went out and he played yesterday like this was his own backyard, wasn't it? He played some lovely shots, Lyndon James, and with the ball here, those 4 previous games, he's only taken a total of 4 wickets. Well, he's matched that in this innings, and in search of his 3rd career 5 for now as he bowls right arm over the wicket to Roderick, and he's very, very close to catching the outside edge, which was exacerbated by Roderick tucking his bat under his arm and then Asiba Mead-like setting off walking in the direction of the pavilion.
Well, I think a few members just below us here were also sold by that impression of a batter who thought he'd hit it, because there was a few ripples of applause from clearly Nottinghamshire fans who thought they had found their 8th wicket, but not to be. Just a very good piece of bowling, and Roderick just walking off trying to compose himself.
See me do that a lot. Here's Lyndon James in again, bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and he's scampered the first one quickly, but they won't get the second because the sun-hatted duo of Joe Clark rushing in from deep square leg and Asiba Mead from wideish mid-on converted on the ball and prevented that second run. I think it was just purely just to get another run for the total. It wasn't a case of trying to protect Tom Taylor at all. He wouldn't need protecting. Played very, very nicely in the first innings. The lead 101. Lyndon James doing a solid job here. Now and wide of the pegs it goes through to wicket-keeper Verena. Kevin Shine, the Notts bowling coach, doing a lap of the ground, just having a little look from in front of the hotel. I went and sat and had a cup of coffee this morning, watching the players warming up from those seats in the the shadow of the hotel over there. It's not the loftiest elevation, but just nice just to get up 3 or 4 rows and just watch the cricket, or watch the warm-ups in my case this morning, as the next ball's played to mid-on. Wondering if the dark clouds were going to come and spoil the 10:30 start, but they didn't, and we're still going.
Well, for 5 minutes we thought they did, because as I was walking into the ground, the tractor was being used to bring the covers on. And I thought, well, hang on, it's not raining. Why are the covers coming on? And not only did they initially it looked like they might just be leaving them close to the square as a precaution, but after 5 minutes they actually did move them onto the surface. But the rain didn't come, thankfully.
Lyndon James bowls, and Tom Taylor eases into the offside, and it's the end of the over, 126 for 7. So Kevin Shine's wandering in one direction. Paul Franks, can't see who that is with Paul Franks over there, but can also see Mohammed Abbas, who's out there having a little watch himself. He's dressed in training gear, clearly frustrated that he's not out there able to help his side out in the middle, but he's maybe passing on a word or two or a comment or two from off the field. As I say, it's been a frustrating first visit to New Road for Mo.
Yes, well, as you said, his attire does not suggest a man who's going to be bowling anytime soon. He's got his green knot hoodie on, his tracksuit as well. No, who knows? Maybe his whites are on underneath, just in case an emergency happens and he's summoned into duty. But just by the way he walked off last night, he didn't look good. Pennington to continue. Bowls to Roderick, oohs and ahs as he lets that one go outside the off stump. I wonder if it passed closer to that off peg than what Roderick anticipated, but as they say, 2 types of leave, and that one was a good one.
I was told he just felt a bit of a twinge and was fearful that there was a little bit of damage, but he's been assessed and they don't feel it's anything substantial, and very much a case of, well, let's wrap him in cotton wool and just hope a day or 2 without bowling and he'll be okay.
Pennington in again, left alone outside off once more by Roderick.
Did see him this morning as that 6-wicket partnership gathered legs, that might be a case of, come on Mo, you better put your whites on, because lots had tried Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington and Lyndon James for 55 minutes without any success, but then, as I say, 2 in 2.
Just turned the game on its head once again. Did James in that one over? I thought those 2 balls, as that nearly takes the outside edge. Roderick was squared up to no end. Didn't really know where that one was coming as he tried to fend it away outside off and didn't look too far away from the edge.
I was otherwise engaged with 1 or 2 bits of light admin work whilst watching the cricket, and didn't hear your opening words this morning, but was it an uneventful journey in today?
Thankfully, yes. Compared to yesterday, it was plain sailing, as that's left alone outside off again by Roderick. Vrain actually has to dive in front of slip to take it. I wonder if that one's just moved after it's past the stumps there. But yes, mercifully, no Western Rail drama today.
No, it must be the absolute worst thing for commuters to be greeted with the words, there's a bus replacement service in operation today.
Well, I managed to gather together a few other desperate souls who were all going to the same destination, and we cobbled together for a taxi, so at least I think I saved about half an hour on that one, as that's full straight defended down the ground by Roderick. Yeah, I just hope there was a very work-concerned parent who was worried about missing her daughter's graduation in the cathedral over in front of us, so I hope she made it on time. Two deliveries left in this Pennington over. This is his 12th. He's been very economical so far, none for 28, but yet to add to that wicket total in this second innings. He bowled very well on the morning of day 1. That's just drifts down the leg side. I think it might have taken the bat. No, leg byes given. Just flicked off the thigh pad of Roderick, past the dive of Verena, and away for 4 leg byes. Oh, the scoreboard has done me a kipper there. It said there's 2 deliveries remaining, but that was the final delivery. So 130 for 7. The lead is now, what, 105?
Yeah. Notts would like to get this done, obviously, sooner rather than later. Just break this partnership at least, because they saw in the first innings how well this pair combined. Is it 70 odd? I think how many used and unused scorecards between us here on the desk. But Gareth Roderick making 61, Tom Taylor making 40. I think it was a partnership of...
Yeah, partnership of 71,
yeah.
I make it, if my maths are serving me correctly there.
Worcestershire hoping for similar. Lyndon James looking for his 5th wicket, and again a ball outside the off stump that, certainly from here and this angle, has Tom Taylor just flinching towards it a little bit as it goes on its way into the gloves of Carverena. This morning Notts have been made to wait for the 2 wickets, but when they came it was Ethan Brooks caught by the subfielder Joe Pocklington from the bowling of Lyndon James for 26. There is James in again. This one's just run away onto the offside. Pocklington will field, but they'll take a single, and that was 90 for 6, first ball of the 50th over. And then next delivery, Matthew Waite adding to the list of players in this match that have been dismissed without scoring. LBW first ball looked a very confident shout, and that decision was upheld. That was second ball of the 50th over, 90 for 7. Can't have been 90 for 7.
I think that was the lead at that point.
Yeah, that was the lead. Next ball on its way now, and it's defended.
So for all intents and purposes, 90 for 7,
yeah.
But in terms of the second innings score,
it was 115, wasn't it? 115 for 6, 115 for 7. The lead, that's it, the lead of 90 in each instance. So they've added 16 for the 8th wicket. Board showing Notts over 8 as +1. It was -4 yesterday. Not sure what Worcestershire's ended up at, but maybe that they've got to do a little bit of work with the ball as and when Notts begin their run chase. James in again, and nicked, and a good diving stop to prevent runs by Freddie McCann.
Yeah, we've seen that a little bit from this end, haven't we? Just the ball not quite bouncing. That was played with soft hands by Roderick, but it was a genuine edge, and it just rolled along the carpet to third slip. In stark contrast to some of the extra bounce from Pennington and Tongue at the Dignas end. Granted, both those bowlers are a little bit quicker than James, but even still.
There is Lyndon James in again. Balls turned to mid-wicket. There'll be comfortable single. To Joe Clark. Just underarms it back into his captain. One more. Roderick's had a fine game. He had 4 offerings with the gloves and gratefully accepted them all. Made 61 in the first innings. That's still the top score in the match, and I guess there's every likelihood it might be the top score. James in again, a little leg side in, whipped away wristily. They should get 2 this time. There's Clark underneath the chestnut tree. Don't think that's a child's nursery rhyme. There is one about it beneath the spreading chestnut tree, isn't there? There's a couple of runs nonetheless. 134 for 7 at the end of the over. Worcestershire lead by 109.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington looks like he's going to continue from the Dignas end. He's just striding over from his position at fine leg towards the top of his mark. Just pace of play slowing a little bit. There was that double strike in 1 over from Lyndon James. Notts were up and about, plenty of energy in the field. Things have just been subdued ever so slightly. Hasn't been a big partnership from these two, but it's been reasonably solid so far. Bar, I think, 1 delivery which Roderick was squared up by all ends up. They've looked reasonably comfortable. And Roderick is on strike now as Pennington comes in, and that's just squirted away off the face of the bat out to Point, who had just been put back on the fence, so he'll come through for a comfortable single. Dare I say, Notts were happy to give them that one and bring Taylor back on strike.
Looks like they've had a bit of a mopping up job to do this morning at Leicester, but they've started there in Division 2. The Division 2 leaders, Leicestershire, 276 for 4, playing Gloucestershire, who made a big 482. And they're back on at Canterbury, Kent 117 for 2. They're playing against Lancashire. Now been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Welcome to New Road. It's a cloudy New Road, where Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets this morning. They're 135 for 7, leading by 110. Understand they hope to restart at the Oval at 10 to 1, 12:50. So that's an hour from now.
That's a big mop-up job if it's going to take that long. Well, I suppose it's good news that it stopped raining if they've got that time in mind. Pennington continues changing the field. Another man brought over into the leg side, and well, he thought he had to do a bit of fielding there after that one collided into Taylor's hip, but Pennington is quick off his own bowling to do the job. Just looking away over to our right by the chestnut tree, that is the most ominous cloud I have seen so far today.
I was sort of reluctant to mention it, but now you've done it, I have to agree with you. You know, we've been touching all the bits of wood I can find in the commentary box here. We've been fortunate so far that the threatening ones have sort of skirted around the ground, but the next attack is coming in from our right.
No movement of the ground staff yet. They haven't gone over towards the covers, which always tends to be a good sign. They know what direction the weather comes from. As that one, there's an attempted pull shot from Taylor, and he's threw it far too early. I'm not sure if Pennington just rolled his fingers down the side of it, if it was a slower ball bouncer, or if that was just the New Road surface playing tricks on Taylor. But either way, that one stopped in the pitch, and he was through the shot far too early, and it ended up rolling along the floor through to Verena.
The voice of cricket writer, journalist, broadcaster, historian, and all-round good egg, Nathan Johns, with us on commentary here this week. I understand more news from the Oval. They're going to take the early lunch 10 past 1 until 10 to 2, and obviously they're hoping it'll be good to go after lunch.
Pennington continues. That's cut nicely by Taylor, but straight to extra cover.
I'll get that right. It's these early starts that do you, isn't it? 10 past 12 till 10 to 1. The early lunch at the Oval, where Surrey 219 for 2. As mentioned earlier, soft tissue injury prevented Dominic Sibley resuming his innings this morning, so he retired hurt for 64. Ollie Pope was dismissed for 78. Folkes and Lawrence had taken the score to 219 for 2 when the rains forced them off. Surrey leading Warwickshire by 217.
Pulled away by Taylor, not overly convincingly, but it was along the ground, so he picks up a single to fine leg, and Pennington is told that's one of his short balls for the over. Whenever I hear soft tissue, my mind instantly goes to hamstring area. That tends to be described as a soft tissue injury, although they're probably giving themselves some plausible deniability by not actually saying what the true nature of the injury is.
You see, I was thinking a really painful ball in the ribs and a lot of bruising and very tender, so perhaps we'll find out eventually which of us was closer to the mark. Destination Eggs.
Pennington continues. Roderick just guides that one on the back foot, pointed once again, gone back on the fence, so that's a simple single for the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. He'll keep the strike. 138 for 7.
Now, as always, over the first 3 days here, you're spot on, a hamstring issue.
Is it?
Dominic Sibley. Matthew Montgomery's out there as well as another subfielder for Notts, Joe Clark, who often likes to just pop off and have a little comfort break, has just made his way up the stairs away to our right, that he used to call home here, of course. One of 4 ex-Worcestershire players in this Nottinghamshire side: Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Dylan Pennington, Josh Tong.
You've got a very fast source there. I think I said that 20 seconds later you got a text saying that it was a hamstring injury.
Lyndon James, and his delivery eased away off the shoulder of the bat out to Pocklington in the offside, or on the offside. So Pocklington on for Mohammed Abbas, who's still down at long leg, having a bit of a natter to Dylan Pennington. Went off yesterday as a precaution, bit of a back twinge, and you can see how much he wants to get out there and support the boys, because he's not watching from the balcony, he's on the boundary edge. Kevin Howells, who's looking after affairs for Sports Extra this week, just bringing us the news from the Oval as a little drop and run is aborted. Tom Taylor just tried to drop that on the leg side, but the Notts captain is Seba Mead, who, for me, all points toward Bracegirdle bias aside, for me, the moment of the match, that run out from Seba Mead on the first day, what a brilliant bit of fielding, and threw the stumps down. Although the Josh Tong snorter to Libby would be up there as well.
Yeah, that was a brute of a delivery, wasn't it? There's just something about a run out, a direct hit.
Yeah.
Just gets the energy going, doesn't it?
There's Lyndon James in, and this has eased into the offside, and there's no run. And then when we saw the photographs afterwards, just to see the bail coming off the stumps, and the batter just 8 inches away from making his ground, it was lovely. Still photo that we got. I say it was a photo. I think one of our dear correspondents just sort of went back and looked at the live stream and was able to zoom in and send it to us. But it's a great bit of work from Hamid. 138 for 7 in the shadow of the cathedral, the way to our left. Again, it's worked up to the Notts skipper, Asib Hamid, who'll be dearly hoping, as and when Notts do get a turn to bat once again, that he gets off the mark, because he was comprehensively bowled. Second ball for naught by Tom Taylor in the Notts first innings.
Yeah, you mentioned the cathedral there. There's no flag waving from the top of it today. Does that mean that there's no event going on? I know yesterday there was a university graduation going on in the cathedral.
There is Lyndon James, and past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Yeah, I mentioned that to Frank on air yesterday, because it was flying yesterday morning when we started and then was taken down, and as Frank pointed out, there's a lot of flags flying everywhere at the moment in Worcester, and can only agree with that. Got the digs in the city centre, and there are flags here, there and everywhere, but the one on top of the cathedral was there for all of day one and only half of day two, and it's not there today, so it must mean something to those that know. This time, drop on the leg side and a comfortable single to Tom Taylor, who did this in Worcestershire's first innings, and then you look up and suddenly they've put 50 on together. They're not quite at that level yet, but this partnership gathering legs. 139 for 7, and they've added 24 so far.
It looks like Pennington is going to continue. He's building nicely into this spell, getting into his morning's work. I believe Tongue bowled 6 overs, is that right, from the Douglas end, which after last night doesn't seem like a long spell for him, but I suppose it is on the longer side. Was it 8 on the trot we got from him?
9 last night.
9, and, even longer.
And 6 today. That's his 15. I think that's how it's been split. Yeah. But just when it looked like he was coming off, he got a wicket or bowled a really high octane over, didn't he? And you could see Hamid, constantly, can you give me one more? Can you give me one more?
His tail was up, that is for sure. Pennington comes in full, defended to Hamid at mid-off. 2 men back on the leg side, deep square and fine leg. And dare I say, deep square is almost on the rope, if anything, just to put some equipment on. Somebody's left a set of pads for him to put on back there. Can't quite see who it is.
It's Ben Slater.
It's Ben Slater. Yeah. So that would suggest in the next over, and there's going to be a short leg over, or maybe a close infielder of some description entering the equation. Pennington continues. Full again. Defended solidly by Taylor, down to mid-on this time.
It'll be interesting to see if that's for Josh Tong coming back, or for the introduction of Liam Patterson-White's slow left arm spin. Don't think they'll be popping a short leg in there for Lyndon James next over, or it may be the over afterwards. This might be Pennington's last one if Tong's going to have another blast from the Diglis end.
Yeah, there's a helmet next to the fielder deep square as well, so that will be brought on, no doubt. Taylor on strike on 10. Make that 11 as he guides that to point. Reasonably sharp single. Montgomery decides to throw down this. Sorry, that's Pocklington. Montgomery's in front of us here at third man. Too many subfielders on for me to keep track of. But that was an attempted shot at the stumps, which is well wide of the mark. So a comfortable single there for Taylor. Brings Roderick on strike.
So we're approaching midday. We'll have Jim Dale in just to spell me for a moment or two whilst the update listeners in the Robin Hood County, and then I'll come and give you a well-deserved breather as we move closer to lunch, which, provided we don't get any interruptions, will be 12:40.
Pennington goes short. That's well played by Roderick. Just on the back foot, opens the face, guides it down to third man. This time it is Montgomery who does the fielding. Another single to the total.
What do we think will be tricky? I know one or two of the sages in the press box, 150 to 200 might make it a little tricky for Notts if Worcestershire can start well with the second new ball.
Hey, we were talking about that yesterday, myself and Frank. I think, God, if you got anywhere near 200, you'd be absolutely ecstatic from a Worcestershire point of view. I think Notts would be happy with anything under 150 at this stage. Pennington comes in. Oh, that's kept low. Oh, that is an absolute vicious dismissal. It's LBW. It was a short ball banged in by Pennington. It's rolled along the carpet and it's hit Taylor in the shin, and he's given out LBW almost instantly. That looked like it hit him in front of all three. That is an unlucky dismissal, but it is the 8th wicket to fall. 141 is the score, and I think I can see that it's just started raining.
It has, yeah. It can pick it out against the trees away to our left. If ever there was an umpire's dismissal that was, I'm sorry to have to do this to you, but here goes, and he raised the finger slowly, almost with reluctance, and it is going to rain, and or it is raining, and here come the covers, so that'll be the last little bit of action, sadly, here at New Road for a while. Worcestershire 141 for 8, so they lead by 116. They've still got Gareth Roderick there on 32, but when they do get back on there, let's hope it's not too long. When they do get back on there, Worcestershire will only have 2 wickets left. So raining here at New Road. When the players return, so will the commentary.
Hello and welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. The players are making their way out onto the hallowed and slightly damp turf. We did have a brief flurry of showers which brought about a slightly early lunch, and you'd have to count Tom Taylor rather unfortunate. He was given out LBW. It was absolutely plumb. If you get out LBW playing a pool shot, then you know that your luck isn't in. One that kept low. Dylan Pennington won't mind at all. I'm Jim Dale from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me, Nathan Johns, who's made the journey over with less peril than yesterday, which is good to see. But a key breakthrough just before the rain/lunch.
It was, and it was one of those where, I don't know, I think this has been inspired by the video of Marnus Labuschagne being slightly too hyperactive at short leg. But every time I play club cricket and the ball keeps low, you shout in an Australian accent, "That's a lowie!" And I think that's exactly what happened there to poor old... yes, I mean, like you said, when you play an LBW to a pull shot, poor old Tom Taylor, you know it's not your day. And it certainly was a lowie. And... God, I didn't even realise that Dylan Pennington still got one ball left to bowl in that over, because as Tom Taylor was walking off, of course, the rain did arrive. So Pennington has got one delivery at Ben Allison here, and it's defended into the leg side. So a lengthy over in terms of time comes to an end, and Ben Allison survives his first ball. Worcestershire 141 for 8, 2 wickets left, and their lead is at 116.
Yep, 3 wickets to fall in that ever so slightly shortened first session. Brooks was caught by Pocklington, dollied one up into the offside, playing a cut shot really to a wide delivery that started wide and got wider, sat in the surface and was caught comfortably. Weight lasted just one ball, wrapped on the pads, was full and straight, and he was adjacent. And then, as we've just been mentioning, Tom Taylor, who looked good actually for his 11 from 29 balls to keep Gareth Roderick company, and kept low, and he got a lowie, as Nathan pointed out. Lyndon James continues from the New Road end into Gareth Roderick, and that's just dropped into the offside. Thinks about a quick single, thinks better of it, and there's no run taken. So Lyndon James, he's got 4 to his name. He's backed up his fast bowler colleague Josh Tongue, who was excellent last night, but without a wicket today. Bowled fast, bowled aggressive, but without success.
Yeah, poor old Tom Taylor. Not only did he get hit in the shin when he thought he was going to hit him in the head, but then he got a bit damp as it started walking off, and he realised if he lasted 5 minutes longer, he would have had a nice rain delay to...
Big appeal, but it's jagged back in. I think there might have been a bit of bat on that. As James attacks the stumps of Gareth Roderick, who remains unbeaten on 32. 61 not out in the first innings. And he's showing all the wherewithal, grit and determination that has seen him become a very successful opening bat, actually, in County Championship cricket. Joined the club from Gloucestershire. Spent most of his time in the middle order. Batting at 6 in this game, though. In comes Lyndon James again. And good foot down the wicket. Solid forward defensive from Roderick. He's become if not the first, one of the first names on the team sheet these days. He's been absolutely superb. And in the modern game, you tend to find, don't you, there's an awful lot more dashers than there would be those kind of gritty nudgers and nurdlers. James in again. Slightly check drive there to mid-off, and Josh Tongue will do the fielding for no run.
Well, the longer this game goes on, the more and more the value of that 61 from Roderick in the first innings just seems to go up. It was, quite frankly, nearly a lone hand. Tom Taylor did get 40 off 47 in that partnership, but considering he would have come in, what was the score? 37 for 4 when Roderick came in. And to go on and survive a big first ball LBW shout and then go on to get 61 and give Worcestershire 182 from that perilous position of 37 for 4, it's probably one of the few reasons this game is still somewhat competitive at this stage, albeit Notts are on top with the small enough lead, or small enough deficit, I suppose, from a Notts perspective. 116 and 2 wickets left, but dare I say that has been the most impressive innings of the match so far. That first innings 61 from Roderick.
James in again to that man Roderick, Fuller this time, clipped away through square leg, and that's going to race away to the boundary. Well timed, 2 full, 2 straight, and it's a rare loose one from Lyndon James. It felt like there was a little bit of a change of tactic with the bowlers before lunch. Just a period where they started putting that ball in that corridor of uncertainty, and they were just trying to build a little bit of pressure. That they managed to do, and what an element of fortune with the wicket that then came their way. They've shown decent patience. James in again. Oh, and that's just past the outside edge. Hasib Hamid threw his hands in the air at mid-on there. He was interested for a second. But Roderick survives. 145 for 8 is the score. The lead is 120. At the moment, Nottinghamshire won't be worried about that. It's Dave Bracegirdle, who will be joining us shortly, was suggesting if they can get north of 150 or even somewhere near 200, then it won't be the easiest of chases. Again, the conditions here, we've had a little bit of rain, we've had a bit of sunshine as well. At the moment we've just got the clouds, thick white clouds rolling over New Road, as we can see Josh Tongue going through the motions of another spell from the Diglis end. 2 slips and a leg slip in play.
Yeah, just the one ball after lunch for Dylan Pennington. He's completed his over and he's going to have a breather now. Josh Tongue back into the attack. Wicketless today. Almost had his first one there. Playing a miss outside the off stump by Allison through to Verena. He's just given himself the option of digging in a few short balls, hasn't he? The kind of a fly slip, leg gully. Man, he is ostensibly saving one at square leg, but he's there for a mistimed pull shot or one that's fended away off the throat that just pops up in the air. Fine leg back as well for the more controlled hook shot as Tongue rounds his marker. In he comes. His front arm gets very high in his action and he just kicks that one back to himself. Nice little keepy uppy as the ball is driven back to him for no run.
Well, it's very telling, isn't it? Joe Clark's down here at a very narrow third man, and he has been in that sort of fly slip position. Very good hands. Wicket keeper, of course, has kept wicket for Nottinghamshire and for Worcestershire in various different formats. So a safe pair of hands in a position you don't normally find a gun fielder.
In comes Tongue, bang in delivery, back of a length. Allison safely in behind it, mid-on does the fielding.
So it does suggest that they quite fancy it, don't they?
He hasn't really tested him out so far in this over. He's gone heavy with his lengths rather than properly short. We'll see if he tries to fire one in and around head high. He was Tongue hit Brooks and the Badger here, wasn't it? So he's been causing issues with these batters, and that's edged away but past a diving third slip and through for 4. I don't think it would have carried to the cordon. It was a low chance to the right of Freddie McCann in its slip. Just 2 slips in, correction, not 3. And that beat second slip and also beat Joe Clark at third man, 4 runs. Just caught on the crease, I think, a little bit.
I was just about to say that Allison, he's decent with the bat for a lower order player, but he can get caught on the crease early in his innings, picking length.
He's timed that one nicely through mid-wicket, at least a couple. I think they will just settle for 2 here. Worked nicely away off the hip. Stronger looking shot than the one which brought the boundary via the outside edge of delivery previous.
Yeah, it does take him a little bit of time sometimes to get his footwork moving. And we've seen Josh Tongue do a really good job actually of varying his length.
Yeah, just a polite smattering of applause reflects that Worcestershire have gone past 150 now. 151 for 8. The lead is now 126. Roderick unbeaten on 36. He's at the non-strikers and Allison's on 6. Oh, there Tongue goes full and it's timed beautifully down the ground. This could easily be 4 through mid-on. Hamid gives chase and he just holds it up inside the fence. he's nearly flicked it into, I think that's Dylan Pennington who went down there with him. He's nearly flicked the ball into him as he dove to save it. He saves 1 run, so it's 3 to end the over. 154 for 8. The lead is now, what's it gone up to? 127? We'll work it out in a second. But anyway, Allison's up to 9. He's 9 off 7 deliveries.
129.
129.
But it was a lovely piece of timing. It was just a little check. It wasn't even a drive. It was a push, wasn't it? But it got a full face of the bat, and it just carried on travelling. As I say, Allison, he's no mug with the bat by any stretch, and he's batted at 8 before. He often does the night watchman duties for Worcestershire as well, so technically generally pretty sound. He's on to 9 from 7 deliveries, and Lyndon James will continue from the New Road end. At the top of his mark there, 2 slips in place as Allison waits. Oh, and it's just squared him up there, and it's squirted off the outside edge. It's rattled down to third man, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, the ball definitely looks on the softer side, doesn't it? That's 2 deliveries in back-to-back overs that Allison has edged one, but it's just gone low along the ground. And I don't think he played either of them with particularly soft hands, but if there had been a gully, it wouldn't have carried to him. So maybe just a sign that either the life or the ball is going with the life, the pitch or the ball is going a little bit soft, or maybe both.
In comes James again. Roderick gets in behind that one. Well, you could see with the delivery before that Allison was actually looking to just turn that into the leg side. Ended up being a little bit of a leading edge. A straight ball that just moved ever so slightly away. 2 slips remain for Roderick.
Yeah, 2-man back on the leg side as well. Either suggestive that he's given himself protection to bowl straight here.
Good solid forward defensive there from Gareth Roderick. And a welcome to those listening on Sports Extra and as Extra 2 as well. We were fearful about the weather here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Cloudy as it is, we have play. Just a very brief flurry of rain before an early lunch was taken. Worcestershire 155 for 8. Gareth Roderick 36 not out. Being probed and prodded by Lyndon James, who's doing well with the ball here. Another solid forward defensive played into the offside for no run. And James, who's got 4 wickets to his name, 4 for 34, is coming towards the end of his 15th over. Josh Tongue at the other end has got 3 for 48, though no wickets today. He bowled an aggressive, impressive fast spell. England international.
It's been a long spell this for James. I suspect that the rain delay and lunch break has helped him. I was wondered if he would stay on after lunch, which he has.
It's full of ball this time, looking to play that into the offside, but it's found its way to mid-on instead, and the distinctive figure of Hasib Hamid, despite the weather, has his floppy hat on and his sunglasses keeping it firmly on his head, and he continues to work on that ball, which he has done for some time.
We were discussing some of the fashion choices of the Notts players on day one. I think Dave's not a big fan of the sunglasses on the head, and if it's not sunny, don't bring them out. If you're going to wear them, wear them. But I think you're right. I think it's almost like a pin. It's to keep the floppy hat on his head more so than anything else.
In comes James, and again just slightly squares up Roderick there, but he's pushed that into the offside for no run. I think it's Pocklington doing the fielding. Well, look, cricketers are hyper superstitious, aren't they? So if he's had a good start to the season, and that's exactly what he's had in his head when he's done it, regardless of whether he's staying, if there's snow out there, I would put money on Hasib Hamid having that same kit going. Very, very superstitious sport, isn't it, cricket? You play, don't you, Nathan?
I do, yeah.
Do you have any particular foibles or quirks?
Do you know what I would have done when I was younger? Because I would have watched, I don't know, somebody in the interview with a cricketer who said, I always put my left arm pad first, or left pad on first, or whatever it is. So I would have done that when I was younger, but then eventually when you realise that luck's got nothing to do with it, and, you know, in my case, you're just not very good. I think you lose the superstitions quite quickly.
Self-awareness is a wonderful thing, though, Nathan. I'm in a very similar cricketing boat. I don't know what Dave's prowess is with bat or ball, but we will find out in due course. Tom continues.
Oh, that's a good ball. Bit of extra pace there. just lifts up past the shoulder of the bat. Allison plays outside his off stump and he misses. You can see Joe Clark actually just looked at us in our commentary position with a look on his face as if to say, "Ooh, that was quick." Josh Tongue he's been in good rhythm all 3 days here so far, but especially last night and today he's been particularly hostile. Just a quick look around the country. I think we're one of only 2 games that are currently playing. There's play in Champshire, but between lunch breaks and weather, everywhere else is currently off the field at the minute. As Tongue comes in, this time Allison is in behind it, defends to mid-on the back foot. No run. Tongue just scratches out his landing spot on the crease. I wonder if just given the rain, is it a little bit soft? Did he not have the grip he needed on that occasion? Did it just give way ever so slightly? He doesn't seem to be too perturbed. He's got 2 slips in play at man catching, let's call it a leg gully just around the corner, and he's also got a catcher in front of square on the leg side in case Allison just fends one up. Half a play, but in the last minute he pulls the bat out of the way, coming forward outside off. I don't know if this is just Joe Clark's general demeanour or if his hands are cold, but throughout the couple of days he does tend to put his hands in his pockets, which always makes me think it's a little bit cold, but it's not too cold today, is it?
No, I just think that's Joe's vibe, isn't it?
Relaxed. Hands out of the pocket now as Tongue comes in, and that's edged, and it's over the head of McCann at second slip. Bit of extra pace, extra bounce from Tongue. It took the shoulder of the bat. It was a tough chance for McCann, diving high into his right hand side. I think he got a hand to it.
Yeah, it was tipped over the bar, wasn't it? It was a sterling effort. The thing is, we've seen with Freddie McCann, it's excellence as standard, isn't it, in the field? And so he's got a look of a man who's really disappointed. As you said, it was a really difficult chance, flashing at him at real pace.
Well, the end result is it's gone for 4. So Ben Allison is scoring quickly here. He's moved to 14 off just the 12 deliveries he's faced. 2 boundaries have come off the outside edge through third man off Tongue. Joe Clark at third man goes finer as a result, and that's edged, and this one is taken. Straight to first slip. Liam Patterson-White takes a straightforward catch. Good height for a slip fielder, in and around rib high. Fingers pointing down, safely in. And the drop doesn't prove too costly. Allison with a big drive outside the off stump, and he goes for 14, 159 now the score as Worcestershire lose their 9th wicket.
Well, it's good quality fast bowling, isn't it? Feel disappointed with one delivery, and that shapes in and just moves away. Regulation nick, regulation catch. And it means that Worcestershire on the bare edge of having to take the field again. Shazad, as I said earlier on, Worcestershire a team full of capable batters all the way down. Shazad is absolutely a number 11. So he's the one guy that you wouldn't fancy to do a job for your side under pressure. But you never know. You never know. In a low-scoring game, a 10 or a 15 here or there could make all the difference. As it stands, 159 for 9 is the score. The lead is 134. And Allison actually played a couple of nice looking shots, but the edge of his bat you always felt was in play.
You could just see there in front of us, about 20-30 yards in front of us, was where the Notts fielders huddled around the slip cordon after that catch was taken. Pretty quickly after they came together, Josh Tongue started waving at the balcony. He wanted a helmet brought on, and the reason for that is because Ben Slater has gone in at short leg for the number 11, Karam Shazad. So he's got 1 delivery left in this Tongue over to survive. Notts understandably going on the attack. 3 slips in play, leg slip, short leg, mid wickets in close as well. Just a cover who's about halfway back to give him 1 if he wants. There's 1 to mid on there as he pushes it down the ground. If Shazad wants it, understandably he doesn't, and that means Roderick will keep the strike after that dot ball. 159 for 9 now the score. The lead is up to 134, which is nothing. It's not that long ago when they were around 80 or 90, the lead, we were saying, God, if they got to 120, 130, it's something. If they got even up to 150, that would make them particularly nervous. I'd be surprised if they got to 150 by this stage. If Roderick manages to farm the strike well at this point, then maybe that is achievable. But if they did get up to 145, 150, even more, all of a sudden it just becomes a little bit nervous for Notts.
Yeah, tricky little total. The modern game, though, the approach is to be a lot slightly more positive, isn't it? As Lyndon James continues his long spell from the new road end, Roderick on strike. Well, he changes approach, drives that out into the deep. Fielders are now spread. No one in the, I suppose the imaginary one-day ring. No one on the one, on the leg, or the offside. Just 2 slips, and then everyone else out on the boundary. And Roderick has turned down the single, and I think we're going to see plenty more of this. So I think it's going to be a 2 ball overs, isn't it? We're going to wait till the 4th ball and see if he tries to take a single there.
Yeah, this is that silly point of the game, isn't it, where good shots are played, strong shots through the offside or down the ground, but no runs are scored.
James in again, and Roderick defends that into the offside. It's close enough to the bowler to complete the fielding. I think even if it wasn't, no single would have been taken anyway. So it's going to be a game of boundaries and dots. So it's an interesting approach.
Yeah, and it was Roderick who was in this exact situation on day 1, batting with the tail. I think Roderick was actually the last man out. He was LBW to Patterson White. Yeah, he was. And the reason why they brought spin on is because he actually manufactured the strike quite well at this stage of the game on Monday.
Well, Roderick has he's turned himself into a good white ball cricketer, you know. But what we found is that when fielders are out in the deep, he's not going to be one who's going to be clearing the rope and looking to launch it to all parts like you might see from someone like Ethan Brooks, who want to try and clear the boundary rope. And I think with the conditions as they are and the quality of bowling on display, I think that would be probably wishful thinking anyway.
I was talking to Frank about this on Monday. He says he keeps score of how many runs they turn down. So far, I make it they've turned down 3.
Well, they're going to take a single now, which will leave Shazad 2 balls to face from Lyndon James. I fancy they probably won't bother wasting him on short stuff. But we will find out. 2 balls to go of this 16th over from Lyndon James, and we'll welcome Dave Bracegirdle back into the commentary box for what feels like will be the final throws of this innings. James is at the top of his mark, just fiddling with the field. 3 slips in. Shazad waits. He's bowled him. Well, that didn't take long at all. They took a single, and Shazad has had his furniture rearranged. It was full, it was straight, it was too good for the Pakistan all-rounder. And that completes the innings from a Worcestershire perspective. Well, Dave, I was going to welcome you back in, but it's all done and dusted, mate.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, don't whatever. You two are doing a splendid job of winkling out these last few wickets. Whether that's enough for Worcestershire remains to be seen. 160 all out means, and it's always dangerous me left to do mental arithmetic, but I think Notts require 136 to win, and they've got 5 sessions pretty much. Hopefully the weather will allow us to, one way or another, get this done and dusted today. But well done, Lyndon James. They're getting his second 5-wicket haul of the season, 3rd in his first-class career. He's just asked for the ball from the umpires. Gets a little bit of a hug there from Joe Clark and Liam Patterson-White, who clung on to a catch of Josh Tong's bowling just a couple of overs ago. 160 all out Worcestershire. Notts will be very pleased, I think, this morning, as I was, to come down to breakfast and see that the sun was shining. And thankfully we've not had the weather up to this point that they were predicting in this part of the world. We've had a decent couple of sessions of cricket here either side of lunch, and the promise at the moment that Notts at least can get this run chase up and running. 136 they require. Lyndon James 5 for 35, Josh Tong 4 for 52. They've done a terrific job between them. Dylan Pennington with the other wicket to fall. So there we are at New Road. We'll have a little 10-minute hiatus, and we'll be all set to go again, Jim, in a few moments.
Yeah, impressive stuff from a Nottinghamshire bowling attack. A little breather, a short session after an early lunch, and we'll see if Worcestershire can do any damage with the ball in what promises to be a tricky little total to chase. We'll see you in a few minutes.
batting for Nottinghamshire, Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater.
Well, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. As we see the Nottinghamshire batters make their way out to the middle.
Have you been running? Have you done a lap of the ground?
I might have misjudged this slightly. Dave Bracegirdle alongside me. I'm Jim Dale. So I would say it was a brisk jog.
Getting your steps in between the innings. That's great work.
Well, yes, I was. That's what I do. But I did misjudge it slightly. That's the first time I've properly run since about 1993, I think.
So 136 to win. Nottinghamshire. Hasib Hamid, of course, is on a pair. Tom Taylor mopped him up. Second delivery of the Nottinghamshire first innings. Be desperately keen to do it again. Taylor comes in and bowls, and Hamid on the front foot gets plenty of bat on it, works it up to mid-on. So Worcestershire with 136 effectively to defend. Have 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, a fairly regulation offside field, and I guess you'd say it's fairly standard on the leg side. Karam Shazad down at long leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Plenty of cloud around, but they're high in the sky as Tom Taylor once more to the Notts captain and goes through to Gareth Roderick. Again, top score for Worcestershire. Just shy of 100 runs for the match, 61 in the first innings, 37 not out in the second. 4 catches as well. He's done his bit. This particular match, if Worcestershire had a few more with the contributions of Gareth Roderick with the bat, they'd be in a very healthy position. But as it is, they need wickets, and ideally they need wickets with this new ball early on. Can they put Notts under pressure? Hamid guides this square of the wicket on the offside. That's Rihanna Davalath doing the fielding, and it remains 0 for 0. So Notts will be very pleased to have got those last 5 Worcestershire wickets today, and I'll be very pleased with the way the weather's played its part so far. That is a concerning thing to say, I guess, looking around the country at all the number of games where they are off for bad weather, but here the crowd is enjoying the cricket as Taylor wide enough and Hamid leaves it alone. Not many in, Jim, is there?
No, it's quiet, isn't it? Understandable though. It's grey, it's chilly, and the threat of rain actually on and off all day doesn't necessarily make for the most comfortable of experiences in roofless stands. But there are a few hearty souls that are dotted around the Dollavera stand, and there's plenty in the pavilion where the members sit as well.
Of course, a number of Notts supporters have come for the duration as Taylor in, and again Hamid leaves it alone. If you're here, if you've booked those hotels earlier on in the year and you're looking forward to your 4 days down at New Road, then you're going to be here whatever the weather. So Notts contingent are here. The Worcestershire followers might yet still be here on the day that their side produced something sensational with the ball. Are they at the stage where desperately need to get something from this as it goes through to the keeper? So a good over there from Tom Taylor. It's a maiden. That's 0 for 0. Apologies, obviously my focus has been on the north end of the table, and it shouldn't really. I should know the gap. He's sort of really leaving it to to getting wins in the last 2 matches if this one goes against the OU pairs followers. Beginning this match, 25 points behind Durham in 9th and 37 behind Essex in 8th.
Well, I think even the most optimistic of Worcestershire fans will accept that finishing below the imaginary dotted line is the most likely outcome. I feel really since the defeat at Edgbaston, when they're in such a strong position, it's always going to be an uphill battle. Cumran Shazad is going to bowl round the wicket to left arm Slater, who shoulders arms first ball. That finds its way through to Gareth Roderick's gloves. But the thing is, a few things there. Worcestershire have actually been pretty competitive in a lot of games. It's been a few games they're in a good position to win. I know yourself and Frank were talking about the impact of the third innings in 4-day cricket quite often, and there's been a few times Worcestershire have found themselves ahead of the game and just couldn't capitalise. I think also there's a few other sort of mitigating circumstances to what's been a slightly disappointing campaign for the pairs. As in comes Shazad again, and again it's a good leave, both on line and on height. It's that the season that Worcestershire had last year, they were fabulous. Is that the analysts and the support staff you get now is that some players that they might not have known an awful lot about, people like Ethan Brooks, and a lot of players wouldn't have played against Gareth Roderick an awful lot, for example, that you just know a little bit more about them the following season. And no Joe Leach and Nathan Smith, who were so impressive with the new ball last year as well. There's a little bit of a mini rebuild with the bowling attack, as Shazad is in again, and it's a carbon copy, another extravagant leave from Slater, who raises the bat well above his head as the ball travels through.
It's going to take a while to knock off 136 at this rate. That's 9 dots to begin the innings.
Well, there is the threat of bad weather today and tomorrow, but you'd feel that there is still going to be enough time. They don't want to push their luck here, though, as Shazad is on his way in again from the New Road end. Fuller and straighter this time, and it means that Slater has to get bat on ball. That he does, and it's jammed down into the offside. No run taken.
Of course, this isn't a ground where the weather is going to be a complete stranger to the Nottinghamshire dressing room, because obviously we've talked at length about the 4 former Worcestershire players, Tong, Pennington, Haynes and Clark, and of course Peter Moore's started his own playing career here all those years ago, so he's no stranger to wind direction and cloud cover here.
Shazad in. Straighter this time, played into the leg side. It finds Kashif mid-wicket, who completes the fielding. So another dot. And D'Oliveira, rather like his opposite number, not skipper, Hasib Hamid, is already working on that ball. Trying to rally his troops. D'Oliveira very vocal in the field. In comes Shazad again then. Last ball of the over. And again played into the leg side straight to Kashif, who completes the fielding. So 2 maidens to start proceedings. No runs as of yet. And Nottinghamshire watchful early on, as well they might be.
Just to point somebody to, or point everybody to something that just happened there. Worcestershire rushing, literally racing to get round, and of course the hangover from their first innings bowling effort when they bowled Notts out for 207 was the time they took to do it, in terms of literally time on the field, because they are -4 on the over 8, so expect to see Worcestershire really pushing on, and they'll be racing to get that back down to naught as soon as they can, as Hamid goes hard at this one and it goes through to the keeper. He's still on a pair, of course. Not been a great game for either captain thus far in terms of runs, with D'Oliveira out for 0 and 6 and Hamid out for 0 in the first innings. So the Notts captain will be eager to make a contribution here. Welcome back, listeners, to 5 Sports Extra. They are going to restart, or hope to restart, at the Oval at 10 to 2. I know they've come close to restarting once or twice in that one, as this one nips back and strikes Hasib Hamid just above the knee roll. And there's still no run. You're just into the third over of the Nottinghamshire run chase. They've been set to score 136 if you're just joining us, and yet to get the first run on the board. An accurate first over from Tom Taylor to Hamid was a maiden, and likewise Ben Taylor couldn't do anything. Ben Slater, beg your pardon, couldn't do anything against the one over that we've had so far from the Pakistan Test quick Khurram Shahzad. 0 for 0, Taylor from the Diglis end, and once again Hamid just happy to shoulder arms and let it go through to Gareth Roderick. Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, doesn't seem too phased or unhappy about the situation. He just wandered round the boundary edge looking up into our commentary box with a big cheesy smile.
I was wondering where you're going to go with that. It's Adam Finch with him, just a big something, a big cheesy smile. Okay.
Because there is a family link between the two sets of coaching staffs. As Taylor bowls again in, he's bowled him, and Hamid has got a pair. Lovely delivery. Stump sent out of the ground. We'll just have to check when that's popped back on which stump it is.
I think that's the off peg gone, Dave.
Well, convention would say it was the off peg, but I think it nipped back between bat and pad. I just wondered how far it came back, but not so 0 for 1. It is the off peg, and Hamid has got a pair. So a really miserable time of it as far as he's concerned individually. He's had a terrific season with the bat, already well past 1,000 first-class runs, but he's not been able to add to it this week here at New Road. And of course his main focus will be on leading his side to victory if he possibly can, but in terms of his contribution with the bat here, it's been 0 and 0, and Tom Taylor, he'll be saying he's my bunny. He's clean bowled him twice in the match, not 0 for 1.
Well, the ideal start, and of course it would be the talisman for this Worcestershire side, Tom Taylor, leading wicket taker in the 4-day game. And as we've seen time and time again, his ability particularly to move the ball in to the right-hander. And as you say, Dave, it's a fabulous season that Hasib Hamid has had. And what a stalwart he's been for his side. But it just goes to show, and it's been covered a little bit, hasn't it, in the previous day's coverage of this, that it's not an easy place to bat.
No.
New Road. And it's particularly when you have the overhead conditions that we've got as well.
It's been difficult against the new ball throughout the contest, and Tom Taylor has bowled absolutely beautifully there. He's got 1 or 2 just to nip away, and that one just nipped back and demolished the off peg. Freddie McCann's out there. He top scored for Notts in the first innings. 20-year-old left-hander made 56 in the first innings. Here's Taylor into bowl to him, and he leaves it alone, and it shuttles and shuttles along the ground, and it's stopped by Roderick. I think I was just midway into just matching up the coaching staff relationships. Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, and Paul Franks, the Notts assistant head coach, are brothers-in-law. So there's always plenty of family rivalry whenever Notts play Worcestershire. 0 for 1, 1 ball left in this Taylor. Second over from him, third over of the innings. McCann on strike and just withdraws the bat inside the line. So great start from Tom Taylor, great start from the pairs. Notts 0 for 1, 136 the target, and already you can see how tricky it's going to be.
Well, pressure early on, and that's all you can do really as a bowling side when you don't have many runs to play with, but when conditions are in your favour, you've got to make it count early, and that's what Tom Taylor's done. He'll need backup from the other end. Khurram Shahzad, who's flashed in moments for Worcestershire, as he's coming round the wicket just later, and it's left well alone.
Pair against the pairs for Hasib Hamid. Just look looking. They're still playing at Chelmsford. I think they've had an uninterrupted day so far in that part of the world. Essex 398 for 6, replying to Durham's 333.
It's an important one at the wrong end of the table as well, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kamran Shahzad on his way in again to Slater. Straight this time, just played off his hip, but again straight to Kashif at mid-wicket for no run.
They had a little bit of play at Taunton, but it's raining there now. Somerset 4-4-1 for 6. In fact, there's a declaration against that score, so as and when they can get back on, Yorkshire will be batting. Surrey 219 for 2. In the second innings at the Oval, they lead Warwickshire by 2-1-7. As we've just heard, they're hoping to get back on around about 10 minutes' time.
3 slips waiting. Comes Shahzad again. Fuller. And Slater jams the bat down on that. Finds its way to mid-off.
South Coast derby between Sussex and Hampshire into the 4th innings, but no place so far today at Hove, where Sussex are 37 for 1. They require 241 more to beat Hampshire. That would be by some way the highest score of the contest, were they to get there. Division 2, rain at Canterbury. Kent 131 for 2 in their second innings, leading Lancashire by 140.
Shahzad in, and just back of a length, and again pushed down the ground to mid-off. Again, there's no run, so Nottinghamshire still yet to get off the mark. 0 for 1 is the score, and although he's being miserly here, Kamran Shahzad, I think radar just isn't quite on it yet. In again, and again Slater's in behind it. Shahzad does the fielding off his own bowling this time.
Other scores in Division 2, they're playing at Leicester 3-3-2 for 8 against Gloucestershire, who made 4-8-2. Not playing at the moment at Lord's. Derbyshire 30 for 1 in their second innings against Middlesex, leading by 15. Not playing at Wantage Road, where Northants 309 for 5. Glamorgan made 4-6-7. And there are some matches in the Women's One Day Cup as well. All the scores on the BBC Sport website.
Shahzad in. Fuller, and it's just squirted off the outside edge there and to backward point. A few ums and ahs, but soft hands from Slater, no danger there. But it's another maiden, so that's the 4th maiden to open this innings. Not still 0 for 1. Hasib Hamid, the man to go. Tom Taylor taking his off pole out the ground. So it's no surprise to see Taylor march back to the top of his run-up. A man with a purpose, a bit of determination in that walk. I like it. 3 slips in play.
4 maidens in a row. There's Taylor then round the wicket to Freddie McCann, who goes hard at that one and will get the first runs of the Nottinghamshire second innings, caressing the ball through the offside out towards the Cathedral and away for 4. Mark the Mod, everything crossed here for Notts, Dave, in Sevenoaks in Kent. Get them in singles, question mark. Well, they've started with a boundary after 4 maidens. String of emojis from Bob the Coventry Pie, Chris Tyndall. Same for Hamid. The sunglasses on top of the floppy hat didn't work for this game. Luke Atkinson, is there a better way to recover from surgery than watching the live stream? Notts cricket versus Worcestershire, as this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Well, thanks for that, Luke. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage, and wish you well. Doesn't say what the surgery is. We don't need to know what the surgery is, but just wish you well. And I think we've got a bit of drizzle again, sadly, which is going to force the players from the field. Have a look round. Yeah, you can just away to our left, just pick out the drizzle with the backdrop of the dark trees away to our left. You can just see, and it's intensifying as well. So Worcestershire won't be too disappointed at all. Notts will have to reset, and as and when they can get on, they'll have to go again. But set to score 1-3-6. They've lost to Seba Mead, bowled by Tom Taylor, for 0. Ben Slater's faced 12 balls without getting off the mark. Freddie McCann hitting the only runs, and that's a nice little period for Worcestershire, and they can all go and reassess. But Jim, the new road weather again is just going to prevent us having a little bit of cricket for a few minutes.
Yep, it's going to be hopefully not too long a delay, but as you say, Dave, it's tricky, isn't it, when you're chasing a difficult total in tricky circumstances. The bowlers on the money early on, and we've seen throughout this game actually getting started is tricky, whether it's the start of a session or the start of an innings. You have to really find your way into this on a wicket that's offering a little bit laterally, and there's a little bit of up and down movement as well. We've seen a couple keep low, so concentration is key for the batters in this chase. Worcestershire, well, as you say, they won't mind too much a stop-start nature to this innings, but as things stand, there is rain here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Nottinghamshire require 132 more runs to win. They've got 9 wickets left in which to do it, and hopefully we'll be resuming that run chase sooner rather than later. So we'll speak to you in a couple of minutes.
Ben Debenham and Tom Lovely.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to New Road for what we hope will be a resumption of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. We've had one or two false starts since we last spoke to you, where it seemed as if we were about to get some more cricket, but then the rain intervened. But the state of play as it is at the moment is that we're a couple of minutes, 90 seconds or so away from 3:30. The umpires have said play will restart here at 3:30. It'll be a 45-minute mini session, if you like, before tea. Tea will be taken at 4:15. There are 40 overs remaining in the day, if the light holds, if we need all those overs. But once again, can point you towards the meteorological experts who suggest there will be a strong possibility that there'll be further showers interrupting this part of the world between now and 6:30, whatever it may be. But Notts are 4 for 1. They've been set a victory target of 136. They've got 4 of those runs, but at the expense of losing their captain, Asib Hamid, who was bowled by Tom Taylor for naught for the second time in the game. Jim Dale is flying the flag for BBC Hereford and Worcester. He's not too far away and will be with us before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. From BBC Sport, watching the resumption of play alongside me, is Nathan Johns.
In comes Taylor. He's got 4 deliveries left in this over, and the first delivery is flicked away through the leg side, and the first ball after the resumption brings up 4 for Freddie McCann through mid-wicket. An elegant looking stroke off his pads. A confident start for him and for Notts.
Well, he's doubled the Notts tally in one blow there. People often wonder what we do whilst we're waiting for play to restart, and the answer I think has not been too much. Certainly, can only speak for myself, I've not been too productive. You've been tapping away there on the old keyboard.
Oh yeah, trying to make use of the dry conditions in our press box, put it that way. And that'll be 4 more. That is a handsome drive through cover point. It was full and wide from Taylor, and McCann climbs into a drive. First 2 balls after the resumption have both gone for 4.
Yeah, it keeps going at this rate, it'll be done by tea at 4:15, but that's highly unlikely, I would imagine.
Oh no, the ball's gone into the very wet, damp sheets over on the offside boundary just in front of the scoreboard here at New Road. That'll require some drying, I have no doubt. It's funny, actually, I jokingly said to you just before we came on air, given the forecast for tonight and tomorrow, do not just try and knock this off as quickly as possible if we ever do get out there. And lo and behold, they've hit the first 2 balls for 4. I suspect, I agree with you, that it won't be an approach that is replicated for long.
He had 1 ball on his pads that he took through mid-wicket, and then Taylor, I think, sort of over-adjusted, didn't he? Gave him one outside the off-stump that he could larrup away.
Round the wicket comes Taylor to the left-handed McCann, and he goes after the drive, and that's beaten everything. McCann motioning that there was a bit of movement there, and taken diving behind the stumps by Roderick. Looks like it's Ben Allison at slip who's warming up, so he'll resume from the New Road end, I suspect, in what 1 ball's time. This has been a 4-ball over, if you like, given Taylor did bowl 2 balls before the rain came. In he comes around the wicket again. 3 slips in play, and that's left alone by McCann. Outside the off stump, Roderick has nearly hit one of his slip fielders in the head and trying to give him the ball, but he survives. McCann survives. He does more than that, and he had 8 runs in those 4 deliveries that he faced. 12 for 1 are Notts.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Worcestershire over rate, still at -4, and there's an example that they're all well aware of it. Everybody's sprinting round and getting into their positions quickly. The change of each over will be Karam Shazad to continue.
What do I know? I thought it was Ben Allison. It's Shazad.
He's not yet gone for a run, has he? 2 overs, 2 maidens, both to Ben Slater. He's yet to get off the mark in this innings. There are still some fairly dark, threatening clouds not too far away from us. Hope they stay away. Here's Shazad then round the wicket to Ben Slater. Just leans forward, playing from the crease, works it to point, and there's no addition to the total. If you've just come in from where you normally spend your working day, or been at school or college, or just out for the day, we have been dodging the rain since pretty much 12 o'clock. We had 90 minutes uninterrupted this morning. Notts getting 3 wickets to leave Worcestershire 8 down by midday. Here's Shazad round the wicket, bowls, and Slater having a little nibble at that one as it goes through to Roderick. And then after about an hour off the field, during which lunch was taken, Notts managed to wrap up the Worcestershire second innings for 160. That was a lead then of 135. Lyndon James finishing with 5 for 35, his second 5-wicket haul of the season, his third in first class cricket. Josh Tong with 4 of the wickets to fall, Dylan Pennington with the other one. So Worcestershire all out for 160, Notts requiring 136. And straight away when they began that chase, they lost to Seba Mead. Slater lets the next one go through to Roderick, as in the first innings, clean bowled by Tom Taylor for naught. So for the second time in his career, Seba Mead bagging a pair
It's
at the home of the pairs.
Number 2, was it? Because that was the chat in the press box. Some of our august colleagues were trying to figure out had he had a pair before.
Yeah, at Taunton in 2023, Matt Henry got him, and then there was a run out in the second innings.
That's got to be the worst type of pair. Run out for a pair.
Don't think, knowing him, he'll mind too much as long as his side are on the right end of the result. Here's Shazad round the wicket, bowls, and Slater again looking to get off the mark. Mistimes his drive, checks his drive really up to D'Oliveira at mid-on, and there's no run. If you were with us earlier in the day, we commented that there weren't many spectators in the ground. There's even less now. Not many people around at all. Hopefully those of you that were here are now tuning in, either listening to us via the BBC Sport website or watching the pictures. Shazad round the wicket. A little bit of a stuttering approach there. I don't know if he lost his stride pattern on that one, but delivered it smoothly nonetheless. And again, Slater just nudges it back to the bowler, who, despite the inclement conditions, has again got a face smeared with sun cream.
He doesn't bound in, does he, Shazad? He's not someone who charges in. It is a bit of an amble, isn't it, as he gets to the crease?
Yes, nice way of putting it, but highly effective. Next ball on its way, and this goes through to the keeper. If you are getting us, we're not entirely sure that everybody is, it is the end of the over, 12 for 1. There are a few gremlins in the line, so we're just going to drop out, and having said that, our lights have just popped back on to indicate that we are working, so hopefully we are coming through loud and clear to all points, north, south, east and west. Hopefully you are getting the coverage. By Debenham, where's he going? Has he got his light meter out? I think he has, you know.
Oh, he does. That's the last thing we need. It is gloomy, granted, but it is also brighter over on the right-hand side as we look at it from the commentary box over behind the chestnut trees. So,
Notts, do you want to get on with it? Yes, please. Worcestershire, do you want to get on with it? I presumably they'd say yes, please, as well. Umpire Ben Debenham has stepped in and decided that it's too dark to carry on. So we've had 8 runs. We've had 6 balls from this end, 4 from the other. We've had 10 deliveries, which has seen Notts move from 4 for 1 to 12 for 1. And now, I don't think it's raining, but it's a bad light issue, even though the covers are being brought on. And we've got a further interruption. Hopefully, tea will be taken. It's nearly 20 to 4, and we get a swift announcement to confirm that, but as and when play does resume, of course, the commentary will come back. What have you spotted? A few spots?
Yeah, it's raining again, so light and rain.
So there we are, folks. Don't blame the messenger, as they say, but we've had just 10 deliveries here at New Road. Notts have moved on from 4 for 1 to 12 for 1. Hopefully sometime over the next 24 hours this game will reach a conclusion one way or another, but for the time being, sad sight of players making their way off the field. None of them are rushing off. It's not as if they're, oh quick, we've got to dash off and get out of the rain. It was initially Ben Debenham with his light meter, and then clearly 1 or 2 spots are falling. As I say, hopefully tea will be taken so we don't lose any further time. But as and when they return, so will the commentary.
Tea is being taken at 3:45. Tea being taken at Ben Devon and Tom Longley are the umpires. Worcestershire already out there. Resuming the Nottinghamshire Freddie McCann and Ben Slater.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to New Road. I think we've altered those lines a few times today with the very frequent weather interruptions, but hopefully we can be in for a dry period after tea here. Tea has been taken, Notts are 12 for 1. Remember, they've been set to score 136 to win this Division 1 game. Worcestershire obviously needed 10 wickets at the start of this Notts run chase. They've got one already, a big one. Asiba Mead for the second time in the match was clean bowled by Tom Taylor without scoring. Second time in his career that Hamid has bagged a pair, appropriately in this case against the pairs. And although the overhead conditions are still cloudy, it is dry and we're going to start again with Taylor into bowl, and Freddie McCann pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. Jim Dale's with us, captaining the ship today. One or two slight technical issues which you don't necessarily need to be aware of. The cake has gone down very well. Wonderful hospitality this week from Worcestershire County Cricket Club, and they've had convivial company as well alongside. There's Nathan Johns, bring him in after this delivery from Taylor, in again to Freddie McCann, pushes it into the offside, 12 for 1. Is this going to be it then, Nathan? Is this going to be it? Are we going to get 2 hours of uninterrupted play, and one way or another this game getting closer to a conclusion?
Well, fingers crossed, absolutely. What I'm looking at says we might struggle for 2 hours.
Put your app away.
We might be okay till 5 o'clock, according to my weather app, which would be 45 minutes of bliss compared to... Not that the company of the press box during the rain delay is not blissful, but the cricket is always fun. Certainly, I hope we get more than the 10 balls we had about, half an hour ago when the pair of us were on together.
Taylor past Tom Longley, the standing umpire at the far end. Freddie McCann leaves us alone. It goes through to the keeper. So only 2 bowlers used so far. We're only into the 7th over of the innings. Karam Shazad, bowling from the New Road end, so far has bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens. Taylor has leaked all 12 runs, 3 boundaries to Freddie McCann, but in the first over he did pick up the wicket of Hamid. He turns in front of the world's biggest bedsheet at the far end and bowls, and Freddie McCann will break that sequence of boundaries by getting a single, so Ben Slater down to this end for the first time, and that's 13 without loss.
Yeah, and 8 of those runs came in the space of 2 balls after the last rain delay. Freddie McCann came out with intent, shall we say, although the 2 deliveries he did face was a gentle half volley on the pads and then a wide one outside off, which he crunched through a backward point all the way up towards the scoreboard. It's 2 glorious shots that for a second made us think that maybe the Notts are going to try and get as close to a finish as they can tonight, given all the threatening weather that's around. But lo and behold, 8 deliveries later, the light went and the rain came. And here we are, starting again.
Taylor going round the wicket, bowling to Slater for the first time, and Slater pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. We said earlier in the match, of course, these were former Derbyshire teammates back in the day. Tom Taylor's gone on a bit of a tour of the Midlands since then, playing for Leicestershire and Northants before arriving here 2 or 3 years ago. Ben Slater, the one major career move to Notts back end of 2018. Elder statesman by quite some distance in the current Notts playing 11. This is Angled away behind square on the leg side. Fielded by Davalath. Can't get off the mark, end of the over. 13 for 1. Nottinghamshire set to score 136 this morning. Worcestershire in their second innings bowled out for 160. Those of you thinking this should be a relatively simple romp to victory for Notts, 136, just bear that in the back of your mind. Worcestershire all out for 160. Yes, Tong and Co bowled very well indeed. Lyndon James actually bagging a 5-foot. He shouldn't be forgotten in all that, but it was never easy to score runs, and I think it may well be the same for Notts. We are going to get a bowling change here. Shazad, 3 overs, 3 maidens. Out of the attack you come. That's not good enough.
Yeah, a bit harsh, isn't it? Oh, just something different. I mean, who knows how much cricket we'll get in this evening? Why not give Ben Allison the ball and see what damage he can do, coming around the wicket up from the New Road end. Bowls, and it's played off with soft hands. Just thought for a second he might leave it, did McCann. He ends up going after it on a 4th stump line, guided into the offside, no run.
Thought he bowled very well in the first innings, actually, Ben Allison. He keeps them honest. He makes them play all the time, doesn't he? He's always attacking the stumps. Doesn't waste too many deliveries.
Well, he's certainly going to be targeting the stumps here, you would think, with this angle. Coming around the wicket. Just natural shape into the left-hander. Maybe get the odd one to nip away towards the slip cordon if he can. This one's very straight and full. McCann comes forward down the pitch with a forward defensive, no run.
That's the only match going on in Division 1. They are at tea at Canterbury in Division 2 between Kent and Lancashire, but the other 3 matches in Division 2, Leicester, Middlesex, Northants, they're all off for rain, and they finish for the day at Taunton and at Hove.
Allison in once again. He charges in on his run up, and that's full straight and defended yet again.
And at the Oval, Surrey 276 for 2 off for rain there in the capital. So they lead Warwickshire by 274.
That could be interesting. I haven't checked the London weather forecast for tomorrow.
Still got a bit of work to do in that one, haven't they, Surrey? They've got to get enough runs so they feel they're comfortably ahead and then bowl Warwickshire out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the bowling them out that's going to be the tricky part. Dare I say, with that lead to 270, what is it, in the 270s, if they can get it to 300, they'd be reasonably comfortable. They won't lose the game, as McCann plays another forward defensive for no run. But yeah, if they can get that to 300, then I think it just becomes a case of just doing all they can to take 10 wickets tomorrow, weather permitting.
Big if. Underlined 14 times in block capitals, but if Notts were to win here, and that would finish in a draw at the Oval, there would be just 1 point between the two sides in Surrey's favour going into the 13th and penultimate round of matches next week, which of course features Surrey at home to Notts. Allison
continues this penultimate ball of his first over, and that's an excellent delivery. There's a big appeal from the slip cordon. Roderick with the gloves on was unmoved. He just threw his head in anguish as if to say, how did that miss the edge of the bat? First and second slip thought it did take the edge of the bat. Ben Allison also thought that it was not off the bat, and in the end result is some people appeal, some people don't, but it's not out.
Well, Libby, I think, was the most convinced. He was running down to be first on the scene for any celebrations, and then had to put the brakes on.
It's funny, isn't it, how bowler and keeper throw their head in anguish at the close call while the first 2 slips are charging in celebration. What has Allison got here with the final delivery of this over? Full, driven. That will be 4 through extra cover, I think, although the wet outfield is slowing it up. There's a chase on. Oh, it just sits up inside the fence. They do come back for a third. Off the bat, that looked like it was a certain boundary through extra cover. But I just think the wet outfield has cost Freddie McCann a run there. But he takes 3 with the final delivery of that set of 6. The score is up to 16 for 1, and McCann keeps the strike.
Yeah, he's doing this on his own, Freddie. All 16 of the Notts runs. He was top scorer in the first innings, making 56 for Worcestershire. In both innings, Gareth Roderick was the top score, 61 61 in the first innings, 37 not out earlier today. Both times left to shepherd the lower order to whatever total Worcestershire could get to. Low scoring game. Worcestershire 182 and 160, not 207. And currently 16 for 1. It's going to be Tom Taylor to continue. Freddie McCann, left-hander, 20 years of age, already played for England Lions, on strike. Just opens the face, guides this to a Davalath at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, just a curious part of the game, this, isn't it? I think Notts at this stage, given you only have they only have 16 on the board. They've lost the skipper for Nott. The other opener has faced 20 deliveries. Slater without scoring. I think you do just bat normally, but at some point in the not too distant future, they do have to worry about thinking that they'll only get fits and bursts of cricket probably over this evening and tomorrow. They might just need to be a bit more positive when they do manage to get out there.
Taylor bowls, and the always positive Freddie McCann just guides it down to Kashi Valley. Single taken down at third man, 17 for 1. Of course, Worcestershire still -4 on the over 8. One or two doommongers saying, wow, what does it matter? What does it matter? They're going to finish bottom anyway. What does it matter if they dock 4 points for an over 8? But I'm sure the players, the coaching staff won't see it like that. They'll still think they can win this game, and they'll desperately be trying hard not to lose any points due to the over 8. Next ball is just pushed by Slater into the offside. That's 21 balls that Ben Slater has now faced, still to get off the mark.
Well, it's a game against the Midlands rivals, isn't it? A lot of old boys and familiar faces in the opposition 11. You just like to win for the sake of it, irrespective of tables and relegations and formats for next year and all those open-aired questions. You just want to get a win over the rivals and all the old boys who used to play for you.
Very much so. Slater has 2 centuries on this ground for 2 different sides, and it's beaten on the outside and it goes through to the keeper. Don't know if you've heard me saying earlier on in the match, Ben Slater in 2020 he was surplus to requirements at the start of that Bob Willis Trophy little mini series, and was lent to Leicestershire on loan. Of course, with COVID around, the city of Leicester was out of bounds. It was one of those areas where they couldn't have any first-class cricket being played, so Leicestershire played their first-class matches here as a home venue, as Slater again turns this squared up a little bit, and Davalath again doing the fielding. So Ben Slater playing for Leicestershire here at New Road, Worcestershire, scored 172 against Lancashire, which is one of the more unusual scorecards and venues when you think about it. Actually, later on in the Bob Willis Trophy, he returned to Notts and again scored a century against Lancashire, so they had their full fill of him in that truncated season. And of course, a year or 2 later, he did get a ton here against Worcestershire for Notts, and he's now away, driving it handsomely into the offside. It's partially stopped, but he will sneak through for a single. So Ben Slater's away, gets his first run, and it's 18 for 1. Notts require a further 118. That victory target 136, and they've got 30 overs remaining. This has been reduced to a 33 over session to finish day 3.
Yeah, well, I think without the weather and the light, 30 overs from now is eminently doable. That's what takes us to, given the over 8, probably will take us to just up to half 6, if not just past. But of course, those are 2 big ifs: weather and light.
It's about 4 and over Notts would require if we got them all in to win it tonight.
Allison continues in the New Road end. That's dug in and dug out by Slater. He pats that one straight back to the bowler. No run.
Joe Clark listed to come in at 4, Jack Haynes 5, and Verena and Lyndon James, who's had a pretty good match. Lyndon James, he'd never scored more than 8 on this ground before. Scored 35 very fluent runs in the first innings, and then got a 5 for today with the ball.
Allison continues forward defensive from Slater. That was a nice solid shot, made a nice sound off the bat. Cover comes in to do the fielding. It's one of those where you said they need just about 4 and over if we're going to get all the overs in tonight. It's again eminently doable, but I think it's just one of those where they probably have to spend 10 overs going at significantly less than that to get 2 set batters in, and then all of a sudden you can have a 5 or 7 over flurry where a result tonight looks all the more possible. Dare I say, just given the forecast I'm looking at, we will struggle to get to that point, and I think Notts will probably just bat normally. They won't be too concerned about that just yet. And that's a leading edge into the offside. Just fell over that one a little bit, did Slater, but it rolls along the carpet. No chance of a catch at cover there.
Welcome again to listeners on 5 Sports Extra to New Road, where we've been doing the hokey cokey today with regards to the weather, and certainly the ground staff will feel they've been doing that with the covers. They've been on, they've been off, they've been on, they've been off, but we're playing at the moment. Notts 18 for 1, set to score 136. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me Nathan Johns,
and it's Ben Allison who's doing the bowling as he comes in. Back of a length, cut off the back foot, again straight to cover. He's been busy the last few deliveries. I think that's 3 in a row fielded in that region, but once again it's no run.
Scenario is that Notts require about 4 and over if they were to get it inside the remaining 29 and a bit overs this evening. Of course they may accelerate, but it's not been easy to score quickly throughout the 2 3/4 days that we've had so far. But with the finishing post in view, maybe that Notts will push on a little later.
That's a glorious shot from Slater. Just a touch short, but wide outside off. He rocks onto the back foot and punches it through the covers for 4.
My big worry, obviously, seeing the forecast today for fairly regular interruptions with the showers, was that New Road and its history was that we might have a real soaking, and it might have been difficult just to dry it up before the next one came. But by and large, I know the ground staff will certainly have earned their corn today, because they've really had to do a lot of mopping up, but they have managed to get play back underway just about as quickly as you can imagine on each instance. But we've had a lot of interruptions. The last time when we thought, well, it's not going to rain now, Ben Debenham whipped his light meter out and took them off, which was frustrating for everybody, but hopefully the light will hold for a bit.
I think that ball has just took a soaking as it got hit into the sheets over on the offside boundary. The umpire, of all people, had to dry it as that one hits the pad of Slater, but going down leg on the angle. Stifled appeal, quickly turned down. End of the over. Notts 22 for 1, chasing 136 for victory.
Yeah, and just for those listeners and viewers just joining us, either on Sports Extra or on the live stream, the picture feed provided by the host club, just sort of the Worcestershire game within a game here. They obviously want to win this. They're at the point where really they're in danger of being cut off at the bottom of the Division 1 table if they don't. But they're also -4 on the over 8. They were pretty tardy in Nottinghamshire's first innings, so they've really got to speed round between overs. Here's Tom Taylor into Freddie McCann. Pleasing push into the offside. Fails to break that circle of fielders. 22 for 1. Not many in the ground. It's been a contest that was very well populated on the first of the 3 days. Not quite so many yesterday, and the big tail off today, with a lot of people obviously both seeing for themselves the overhead conditions, those that live locally, but also many put off by what they thought was going to happen. Taylor in again, bowls, and Freddie McCann went hard at that one. He's not hanging about, is he, waiting for tomorrow or whenever to get Notts over the line. If he's got an opportunity to throw the bat at it, McCann has done that so far.
Well, I think that's the vital qualifier there. It's if he gets an opportunity. He's looking to be sensible. He's not walking out of his crease every ball and trying to smack the ball into the side screens. He's just waiting for width, waiting for slightly over-pitched deliveries, or in that case one that was short and wide, and in the end he'll feel like he missed out. That definitely was there to cut away to the boundary with a big gap either side of point, and had he made contact, certainly would have flown away to the fence.
Tom Taylor to Freddie McCann, nicely works the ball down to Cashi Valley, down at third in front of the hotel. Good throw into Gareth Roderick, one more to the total, 23 for one. Still 113 more required. It's pretty gloomy, isn't it? In truth, of course, you know, as all regular cricket watchers, followers are aware, no floodlights here. You'd imagine on a lot of grounds around the country they might just be getting on the walkie-talkies asking for them to be switched on just to improve the light.
Well, it's getting even gloomier now, and umpires are actually looking at those clouds, but this ball does happen, but it's a no ball. Tom Taylor has overstepped. It was defended out into the offside, and I think there's going to be another light check here, because look, we don't have light meters. This is completely to an unscientific, untrained eye, but this is at least as dark, if not darker, than when we went off, about an hour or so ago? 45 minutes or so.
He's not been shy in getting his light meter out, Ben Debenham, has he?
Of course, he has a reading. He has a reading that is baseline, and yeah, we are gone off for bad light for the second time today. How many overs did we get in that time? We got more than 10 balls. was it two and a bit overs, 3 and a bit overs?
Well, it did say 33 at the start, and it says 29, but we've not finished this one. Well, would it be 4.5?
Yeah,
4.5 overs. The Notts have moved from 12 for 1 to 25 for 1, 5 to Ben Slater, 18 to Freddie McCann, and I think this time they're going to actually go off the field. Last time the players hung around just hoping they'd be recalled by the umpires. They could clearly see some better, brighter weather coming, but whilst they were hanging about just hoping for that recall, then the rains began, and we may not be too far from another shower. So all very disappointing, Nathan, isn't it?
Story of the day. At least this time, like I said, we got those 4 and a bit overs in, reasonably uneventful. I think there was a couple of shots through the covers from Freddie McCann that looked appealing on the eye, as there were during our earlier 10-ball stint.
Very much so. Yeah, I wouldn't give up on this one yet. It's what is it? Just past 4:30, so potentially could be going for another couple of hours yet. And if we do get a following wind in every sense, and the light improves, there is chance we might get some more cricket. But for the time being, with Nottinghamshire 25 for 1, listeners to Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to Kevin Howells. And those of you with us on Stream 2 or on the BBC Sport website or app, or following the pictures on the Worcestershire live stream, well, you can very much see and hear the scene for yourself. Don't think it's raining at the moment, but it is pretty gloomy, so we'll have to wait a while for some more cricket. But when the players return, so will the commentary. Well, thankfully that was only a very brief stoppage at New Road. We didn't actually get to having the covers on. It was just a case of the umpires staying out there, wait until the light improved, and thankfully we're going to get some more cricket. That's 25 for 1 in pursuit of 136, so they require 111 more. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me is Jim Dale, and it's between 4:45 and 10:05 local time. They're going to do well to get a finish in this evening, aren't they? Whichever way it goes.
Yes, like, frustrating is the understatement, isn't it, really? Stop-start stuff. And grey skies above us here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Grey skies off to the west as well, where the weather is travelling in.
So we had 4.5 overs the last time they were out there. Is Taylor to conclude his unfinished over, bowling to Ben Slater. First ball pushed into the offside. Slater has 5, Freddie McCann 18. 25 for 1. Nottinghamshire earlier in the day they bowled Worcestershire out for 160 in their second innings. Lyndon James with 5 of the wickets, 4 for Josh Tong, who was again bowling with plenty of pace and fire. Another wicket to Dylan Pennington, one that kept very low. As Taylor got the wicket of a Seabermead. Slater pushes it once again to a Davalath, and there's no run. Looks as if Ben Allison's going to continue. He's bowled 2 overs so far and he's getting himself ready. Where's umpire Lungley gone? There's one gentleman sat at the side of the world's biggest bedsheet in the D'Oliveira stand, and quite frankly, the cricketers should be grateful. He's sat there all day watching the cricket and they've just asked him to move. Clearly in the eye line of Ben Slater, but I think he's been sat there all day, hasn't he?
Well, I didn't want anyone taking his seat. That's the key bit, isn't it?
I'm with you, sir. Here's Taylor into Ben Slater, opens the face and will keep strike, getting a single down to Cash Alley. 26 for 1 knots. Ben Slater on to 6, and knots require 110 more to win. I think the forecast for tomorrow's roughly the same as today. Showery and threatening.
Well, your suspicions have been confirmed, Dave. It is going to be Allison from the New Road End. We saw him for a couple of overs in that mini session, 4.5 overs. And tricky task for the batters to try and stay composed and on task. But they've done a good job, these two. McCann, flurry of boundaries.
Just been joined again, Jim, by the loyal listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Welcome back to New Road.
In comes Ben Allison then from the New Road End. Full and clipped through the leg side. Lovely shot from Slater. And it'll be another boundary. And that's the way it's been going in this very stop-start final innings of the match. But 2 full, 2 straight dispatched. Really elegant looking shot, actually.
Yeah, I would imagine a tough all day for Kevin Howells, who of course anchors the coverage on 5 Sports Extra, because at various times looked around, and this was at times, I'm sure, the only game that was going on. And then when we were off, you'd look around and maybe they were playing at Chelmsford or perhaps one of the games in the second division. But there's been, I think, for most of the day, some cricket available somewhere for Kevin and the Sports Extra listeners to find.
Cut away, but fielded admirably at backward point. There's no run. I think it's Riana Davalath there, who's playing just his first game of the season, the county championship. Got one last season as well. Tricky old business, isn't it? Coming in a cool, cloudy September against a really fired up bowling attack, who not only are highly skilled but also know these conditions incredibly well.
Not sure what's on the ground at this end. There's a foreign object of some description. Maybe a drone's dropped it. Oh, it's a
tennis ball.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to say, is it a tennis ball or is it a pear? I wonder if it's a Worcester pear. I had a perambulation this morning around the ground, and there are lots of pears on the trees at the far end. Did it bounce as true as a tennis ball?
In comes Allison round the wicket and straying a little bit to Midland leg, clipped into the leg side, straight to the man on the one in mid wicket.
One of us, Jim, is going to have to tell the listeners and viewers just how dark this approaching cloud is, I'm afraid. Well, don't tell umpire Debenham though.
No, I was going to say, we want to try and keep them as long as we can, but it is it's foreboding, isn't it? I mean, we've got grey cloud. It's moving fairly quickly, I must say, but for as far as the eye can see, out to the west of Worcester, where that weather travels in from, it's a blanket of grey cloud. As Allison's in again, and it's fended off into the leg side by Slater. A couple of oohs and ahs, but manages to keep the ball down. And
in all my decades of coming here, I must have asked this question before, but can't remember the answer. Is there a place, Diglis? I know that's the Diglis end, but is there a Diglis village? Or?
No, so Diglis, it's Diglis, so it's the French. So it's part of the land that was associated with the cathedral, which of course is synonymous with our ground.
Diglis.
Yeah.
Ooh la la.
In comes Allison, round the wicket again to the left-hander, which has been the approach of all the bowlers, in fact. This is played into the offside, and there'll be no run taken. So no, there is no Diglis as a place, as it were, but it's part of the
Diglis
land that belonged to the cathedral, to the church, to the. I'm pretty sure that's the case. By the way, I'll caveat this because what I do know about the, the cricketing fraternity is they're a knowledgeable bunch, and if you get something wrong, they'll let you know about it.
My audible groan was because umpire Debenham's got his light meter out again, and
are the bails coming off?
Well, the bails have come off because he's popped his light meter on, but he's put the bails back on.
He's going down the far end.
It does look as dark as it was last time, but I think he's given the go-ahead for at least one more delivery.
He is. He's going back into position, so we will get one more delivery, which will be the final delivery of Ben Allison's third over. 9 for 11 he's got. 30 for 1 the score. Sorry, Dave, as Allison's in round the wicket again. It's a drive through extra cover. It's a glorious shot as well. It's full, just outside off stump, and Slater's given it the treatment. Some glorious shots we've seen, haven't we, in this shortened innings.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's clearly being paid by the day. I think most people here are sort of hoping that one way or another this would be done and dusted today. Certainly everybody in the press box looking forward to a day off this morning when they arrived, and we had sunshine in the lead up to the start of play. We can get it done in 3 days, it'll be done and dusted. But umpire Debenham certainly appears as if he wants his fourth date pay and expenses.
Full disclosure, Dave, I've got a 10-day-old baby at home and a 3-year-old toddler. So this is a little piece of mindfulness for me. I'm the only person that doesn't mind a rain break and a bit of peace and quiet. But you're right, they've gotten on with it after 4 maidens to start this innings. 34 runs coming from the next 8 overs. So they've gone at a decent lick, just over 4s.
Got a bowling change. Matt Waite is replacing Tom Taylor for his first bowl of the innings, and is greeted by Freddie McCann with what started out as an expansive looking drive, and then he just checked it and pushed it back to the bowler. There doesn't appear to be any break at all in the overhead conditions. Really cloudy, and I'm afraid it's really dark grey cloud all around, and can only imagine we're in the last throes of cricket for the day here as McCann pushes it up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, there is. I never really want to bring up weather forecasts because you never really can tell. But it's supposed to be heavier rain later on this afternoon / this evening.
.34 for 1. Wait in once more. McCann is on 18. We'll run this to backward point. Rihanna Davalath smartly on it. Got a duck in the first innings at Avalath. Real look of disappointment on the young man's face as he made his way off. At a 10 in the second. A little bit of chatter just in front of our commentary box. Karam Shazad is on the boundary down below us. There's weight bowls. And McCann solidly behind this one and defends. 34 for 1, a Mead out for naught. Two former Worcestershire players doing next in the order for knots, Joe Clark and Jack Haynes. Lakeside field is just being pushed out there very deliberately by Matt Waite, almost as if to try and lure Freddie McCann into believing it's going to be a half tracker. What will Waite do is he comes past umpire Longley and pitches it up, and Freddie McCann just pushes it to mid on, and there's no run.
Yeah, suggestion there from Joe Tromans at the club to Karam Shazad on the boundary. Put some sun cream on, trying to persuade the umpires the weather might be better than it is. That's one approach, but as you've mentioned, Dave, it does look ominous away to our right hand side, but we're still on for now. 34 for 1 the score.
I'm a little surprised, because it does appear to be gloomier than the two occasions he's got the light meter out and taken them off, but there we go. As McCann with another drive in the V, stopped partially by the bowler. And it remains 34 for 1. Worcestershire still -4 on the over 8, so they aren't really doing anything to improve that situation. And these constant delays, he's got the light meter out again. Look, off come the bails at this end, and there is the light meter. Don't know if they've only got one between them. Tom Longley seems more than happy to stay out there and crack on with things, but Ben Debenham is very much in charge of the light meter, and again he gives them the go ahead to bowl another over.
Well, it'll be Allison to continue. Slater on strike. Two slips in position. Slater waits and played into the offside. Just offers his bat to Slater, and it's fielded at point. No run taken.
The bells, the bells. Cathedral bells sounding for 5 o'clock. Always feel it's a great shame there's no big clock on there for us all to glance up at.
Slater in again, a little bit leg side this and tucked off the hips, nicely timed as well. It's going to race away and it won't quite reach the boundary. Pulled in, they'll come back for a third though. It's good running, a little bit too straight from Allison. It's nicely timed. And what has been rather tricky conditions, you have to say actually. Both Slater and McCann have looked in relative control here in what was promising to be a really tricky little chase. 134. Historically one of those, you don't quite know whether to be aggressive or be conservative in the approach. The modern game, positivity often is the way. Allison in, and a little shimmy actually from McCann towards the pitch of the ball. Smothers it and finds its way into the offside for no run. And Worcestershire captain Brett Oliveira trying to gee his side up. More encouragement from Ethan Brooks in the slip cordon. 2 slips in play at the moment. In comes Allison again. That's a straight drive, straight to mid-off though, so there'll be no run. Positive stroke though from McCann. 50 in the first innings, 18 not out in this, 31 deliveries. Allison again. In he comes. And again clipped into the leg side. They'll think about 2 and decide against it. Good fielding at long leg in the end will restrict them to just the 1. But that target to win. Under 100 now. 98 required. And Worcestershire need a breakthrough. In comes Allison again. And, played late by Slater. Dropped into the offside. There's no run. And that'll complete the over. So Allison's 4th. 19 runs from his bowling. And the score is 38 for 1. The man out in the 3rd over of this 4th innings, Tom Taylor, who's been in the wickets all season really, in all formats. Really impressive season again from Tom Taylor. And he knocked Hasib Hamid's off stump out the ground in what seems like a long old time ago, as is the nature of the game, and the game's across the country actually. Rain affected pretty much everywhere, and Matt Waite comes in from the Diglis end, soft hands there, and squirts into the offside at backward point, fielded by Rhiannon Davalath for no run.
Back of just giving the listeners in the Robin Hood County the impending news that we'll must certainly be back for day 4 tomorrow. Don't think that's been too defeatist, is it, when you look at how dark it is out there? I'm a little staggered that we've managed to eke out the last 2 overs. Here comes Waite. Comes in once more, Freddie McCann. Oh, he left that late just to chop it away, but didn't get anything other than just the face of the bat on the ball there. Just guided it rather than hit it, and he'll just get a couple of runs as a result rather than 4. I think if he'd really gone hard at that one, he could have caressed it away down to the ropes at 3rd. But 2 more. McCann's made good progress. He's on 21 from 34. Took Ben Slater 21, 22 balls, something like that, to get off the mark. He's now on 17 from 43. This pair put a half century on in the 1st innings together. They've added 40 for the 2nd wicket. And they're not 2nd innings as McCann again checks his drive, plays it up to mid-off. 3 balls into the over, and here comes umpire Debenham again halfway through the over. This looks more concerning because he's got the light meter in his hand. Guys, do you want to play on? Yes. Guys, do you want to play on? Yes. I'm sure both sides would happily play on, but umpire Debenham got to adhere to the regulations, and the regulations are that the light meter will be used, and on this occasion, with it not seemingly to the naked eye, or my naked eye anyway, to be no darker than it was an over ago, 2 overs ago, 3 overs ago, but this time he's decided it's too dark to continue. And at 40 for 1, Nottinghamshire again being left a little bit in the wilderness and a long way short of their victory target. Still a full day left tomorrow if we don't get any more cricket today. They're 96 away from winning this match, a really important game at both ends of the Division 1 table. Worcestershire unable to break this 2nd wicket partnership. Freddie McCann on 21, Ben Slater on 17, 40 for 1. The ground staff bringing the covers on this time. Can't see any rain, Jim, can you? I think that was once again all just down to literally how dark it is, but generally when it gets as dark as this at 5 o'clock, you'd imagine there might be a little bit of rain around the corner.
Well, there's no rain at the moment. You're absolutely right, Dave. It's bad light, stops play, and you feel like, I mean, given the cloud cover we've got, given the forecast is that it's supposed to be a wet old evening, that is likely it for the day. But we will be hanging around for a little while longer to find out, of course. As is the way, if there's the prospect of getting any more action in, then umpire Debenham will make sure that does happen. But the covers are being pulled on as a precaution. And you have to say, I've been really impressed with McCann and Slater, 40 for 1. And Nottinghamshire in a really good position here, for them as they try and keep on the coattails of Surrey at the top of the county championship. That they've negotiated a couple of difficult little sessions in bad conditions, really quite admirably. Been watchful when they've had to, and whenever it's been over-pitched or in a little bit too straight, they've put it away. So really impressive effort from McCann and Slater this afternoon.
Yeah, they certainly won't want to spend tomorrow watching it rain all day and have lots of regrets to take into next week's match. However it finishes here and however it finishes at the Oval in this round of matches, they'll certainly from this position back themselves to win, provided there's enough cricket. Meanwhile, Worcestershire, of course, they'll still have plenty of hope if they can break this partnership. As and when we get back out there, they'll be hoping they can run into their old teammates Clark and Haynes and work their way through the middle order and still give themselves a sniff. Well, if there's any more play at New Road, of course, we'll bring it to you, but every possibility, given that I don't think either Jim or myself can see a break in the cloud cover. I'd imagine that might be it for now, but keep abreast of the socials if that's where you look for your cricket scores. Keep abreast of the live stream, and the BBC Sport website certainly will tell you as and when if we're done for the day. But you'd imagine there's got to be a strong hunch that it's going to be done for the day with Notts 40 for 1. Play scheduled to resume 10:30 tomorrow morning. If we don't get back on tonight, the team will be back from New Road tomorrow. Thanks to Jim for steering the ship through choppy waters today, and to Nathan Johns for very much enjoyed his company and his commentary throughout the day. From us all at New Road for now, as the umpires now make their way off the field, that's never a good sign.
Well, I was going to say, David, it's actually got increasingly more gloomy in just the past few minutes since they've come off. It is dark. If you have been watching on the stream provided by the club, of course, they have filters on the cameras which makes things look rather brighter than it really is, but it is dark now, and I suspect this may well be it, but I echo your thoughts, Dave. It's been lovely to be here. It's been a shame that it's been so stop-start, and I just say to the ground staff, my goodness me, they've put a shift in, haven't they? Those covers have come off and on again a dozen times, it feels like, today, but with the slate grey skies above our heads, the poor visibility, and the clock ticking past 5, it may well be it for the day. If there is any more cricket to be had, then of course we'll bring you commentary. But for now, it's goodbye from Dave and goodbye from myself.